I'm pretty tired because I quit all caffeine and I'm making myself work out. I'm making myself get my energy levels up naturally. So I'm gonna see how many pull-ups I can do. That's about 7. Oh man. Hi. So, packing up I'm getting my house kind of packed up and ready. It's amazing I look like anything. I've been having a diet mostly, work out when I can because I've had very low energy without caffeine. Hi. So I'm probably gonna pack up my stuff without trying to think about it too much and leave. Yeah, I'm gonna rent my house out and I'll show you. This is what really it's really beautiful out there. It's really beautiful out there. It's really beautiful out there. Having those very heavy weights. It's very beautiful out here. Look at this. Not the way I look, the way the place looks. That's how it felt here at one time. It was very peaceful, more than anywhere I'd ever been. And I have to leave to pay my bills. So it's really special here. It just got a little windy. I'm doing work in here. I'm fixing a plumbing leak. I had earlier gotten all this stuff out of the way. I started clearing out that room and put some in this storage outside. I'm going to get that room all ready to live in. Here's some of the these things, anyway. I painted this floor. I painted the floor in there, but I don't know if I want to show it right now because I'm going to paint the walls and then it'll look really good. But I painted the floor. Maybe I can show it from here. It'll look a little better. I don't know. Surprisingly enough, I had to get all those windows looking okay without spending any money. That was one thing I had to do one time on the house. See if you can see in there. No, I'm gonna put that light fixture up. I'm gonna put that special light fixture because right now it only has a light bulb in there. I'll show you. I painted the floor. I mixed white and made a little design in it. And I didn't have to pay any money other than the oil paint that I already had. It didn't hurt me at all. It hasn't been easy being here by myself for years. But it's the most beautiful place I've ever been to. It's the most beautiful. Reconnect. This is a bunch of piled up clothes. I got all that in order. Those are my clean clothes. Oh, I can't do the laundry yet because that floor is still drying. Um, I got this in order here. I got all this stuff away from there. Wow, this light is very beautiful. It's not necessarily beautiful on myself, on my appearance, but the way it looks when you look at the how beautiful it is out there. And I got to really sweep up that floor. It has some food and stuff. And I was so tired. I was just doing all the videos. I got to sweep it up, but I couldn't find the broom. And it's very beautiful out here, peaceful. But I got to pay my bills, so I got to leave. I got to pay my bills, so I got to leave. I'm gonna get that countertop in better shape. Getting all this stuff out of here. I'll get to that next, maybe. And I'm gonna pack up some of this stuff. I really gotta pee. Now this, I'll show you this. All these clothes here. Whoops. That was one of Danica's shirts. These are all Danica's clothes. These are all Danica's clothes that I put here, especially for her when she got here. I don't know what that is. That might not be her, but these are all hers. This is her graduation gown from when she was in high school. Some other stuff. This is a pixie costume. I think we got a costume designer to make in LA for her short film. One of her short films. And I had it all here waiting. And this stuff is stuff as a young teenager, like a younger teenager, that he can wear. That'll fit him. That used to fit me, or was like a little too small for me because he's kind of skinnier. And these are all shirts he can wear. These are all t-shirts for Rowan or Ivan, just on this part. And I've been keeping them there for a long time. And I've got this TV here and a TV downstairs for him. And I think I got everything out of here. I think. I don't know. Yeah, I think. That's just the stuff to put if you have to fix this. I put this up myself. It's not easy. This is all, I cleared all this stuff out. So I'm going through here and making sure everything's out of these drawers. I put these things up myself. And I put all this up myself. And I've got extras in case these wear out. This is a custom closet I built so Danica would have a big walk-in closet. It was not easy to do. So she'd have a big walk-in closet for this master bedroom up here. I think a cat did that. I don't know. Sat in here or something. So I got that stuff ready. Yeah, I don't know if she'd ever be back with me again. It's been so many years waiting for her. And this is stuff that I'm going to keep. Or, this is like bed stuff that I can put on the beds to make it look like it's furnished and ready to rent. And then they can change the sheets and put their own sheets on if they really want to. But these are clean. And these are like clothes that I kept that I might bring with me. So this is like stuff that I'm probably going to bring with me wherever I go. I may pack smaller or lighter. Haven't decided yet. And I'll just probably put these in boxes. I can start doing that now. I haven't used these the whole time I was here. But some of them, I don't know what they are. And there's some of my movies and stuff, my degrees. Maybe I don't know if I should bring that with me or not. I don't really need that because I have the transcripts I can send if I'm going to work with my degree. I don't have to show an actual degree. And put those stickers on there for my son. because he liked Stranger Things, but it got a little creepy. I think Stranger Things got a little misled, and that's what happens when you don't believe in God and Jesus. Those things can be misled. They're like in the dark. Everyone who doesn't believe in God and Jesus, they can um, be led astray into intentional meanness towards others and sin. So I don't know if that's good or bad. The show may still be okay or not. I don't know, but that doesn't look too nice. And these are the nicest stickers I could find of the stuff. And I put it on there just because my sons like Stranger Things. That was their favorite TV show. So I'm gonna pack up this place. But I gotta pee again. This didn't happen. I custom designed that for us to all be together. Got the house all ready. Looks like I'm just gonna have to move out. I really did this ceiling myself and put the plaster myself. I can't tell you what it used to look like. I think there's no video left of what the house really looked like when I got here. It was not easy. I tried to keep it, but the hard drive got lost across country when I was driving it to bring to the kids and stuff. And then I tried to hide it in the woods. The video, I talked about it in the video before this. Hi. So I'm gonna get this place ready. I'm gonna put this stuff in this like box and other stuff, but I gotta use the bathroom first. What is he doing? What is he doing? What is that song? Hi. So I'm probably gonna go maybe somehow get to Texas on the way to LA, because I can't imagine. I've been there 7 times already, and it was not easy, like having to stay in hotels to try to be nice to them, and be hospitalized one time because I didn't make it there the first time. It was not easy for me, the way she's been for about 6 years. She's neglected me. She hasn't shown me love that much at all. She hasn't shown me love that much for a while. So I don't know. I don't know how I'll keep living. It's caused me such awful depression. It's caused me really bad depression. I'd started plans to kill myself 30 times with them in Texas. With them in Texas caused me the worst depression I've ever had. Way worse than I was the first time I was suicidal. Really bad. and I don't know how I lived. And I just said I'm not gonna kill myself. And when it gets that bad, I try to not to think about it anymore. Like, how am I gonna get them back? How am I gonna make it work? It's a really exhaustive thing to try to make things work with getting my happy family back. So, and it's gone on for so many years, about 10 years. I have not moved on since we got divorced. I have not moved on. Like, I might start thinking of another woman and maybe I'd give her attention and stuff, and then I just couldn't dedicate all the way. It just felt wrong to Danica. And one time I got a girlfriend 6 years ago, and she like never was the same to me again. And I don't know. I just I don't know. And I'm gonna put a shirt on because it's kind of cold. I don't know what this music is. Dun, dun, dun. What the fuck is that? The cheesiest 1984 greatest American hero. I don't know what it is. Hi. I'm so tired. I started getting energy again. I haven't had caffeine for a while, about a week or two. So these are my son Roan and Ivan's clothes that that I've had waiting for him as like a younger teenager about um, that he can wear that are a little too small for me, like this Loyal Marymount sweatshirt where Danica and I went to school. That's where we met one another. And I've had his clothes here that he can wear, like this cool jacket. This cool jacket I found. Yeah, it looks pretty cool. I think he'd like it. Has some Indian thing on it. I don't know. I thought it looked pretty cool. Like he might think it was kind of cool. It's stuff like that. I don't know what to do. I'm supposed to pack everything up, but I don't know. And this is pretty sad. This is like, hi. This is this is her posters that we had when she was in college and just lived in a studio apartment. And these are like really special. They were her favorite posters, like Michael Parks, these prints. And it's so weird. I'll just tell you the truth, what really happened. Back then, I was a little more like, I would have outbursts and break things sometimes when I was young. When I was younger, I don't do it anymore. And there are these special paintings. There's the other one, Michael Parks. And when I was in the apartment with her, I forgot what it was, but I got really angry and I threw something at it really hard and broke it. And it was her special thing, and I broke that one. I think I broke that one, and she like it was horrible. It wasn't that bad, but I just broke the her special painting. It was terrible, and I felt so sad about it. And that was before Amazon. That was in about the year 2000. We lived in a little studio apartment together. It wasn't even as big as a one bedroom. And it was on the beach, and there were hardly ever any people there. And it was like so awesome. It was in Playa del Rey. And let me take these out. And then, like, they're really special. They're really special. I couldn't imagine doing anything bad to them. And she had two of them. She had this one. I think this is the original. And then there's another one that was this one. There's another one that was this one. I'll have to sweep up this floor. And that was this. And then, so these are the two things that we had when we were in the, it was hers. It was hers. It was like from some gallery or something. And she thought it was cool as her favorite artist or something like that. And there's this one, excuse me, there's this one and this one. And they're prints. They're just prints. They're not like original art that's worth tons of money. And I got really angry. I threw some big thing at the wall and I broke that one. And but it was a different one and it messed it all up. And it was hard. It was so, I felt so sad about it after that. And so I went online, and this was like before Amazon or anything. This was in the year 2000, I believe. Yeah, the year 2000. And I found the same one. It's very slightly different. It's very slightly different than the original one she had, but it's a print of the same one that I messed up, and I got a new one of it, and and so I made everything okay, and I got the I got two of them, and I still have them. So I gotta put those somewhere safe where nothing happens to them. I can't take that sound. I don't know what it is. It sounds like a Renaissance fair. Stop playing that stuff. What is this? I don't even know what this stuff is. So I started getting that place in order. I removed about 30 bags of clothes and stuff. And I guess I'll put this stuff. I guess I'll pack up that stuff. I don't know why I'd keep staying here. It's so alone. And I don't know how to pay my bills, so I guess I just gotta pack up the stuff. You know, it's like I have to keep living, which I don't really care if I live or die, as long as it's not painful to die. It's very difficult going on. Hi. So, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Maybe there's some way I can go to Texas. I don't know if she'd ever again. I can't imagine. I've been there 7 times. I don't know what else I'd have to do. I can pack the stuff up, but I don't know if it's the right thing to do. I don't know what else to do because I have to pay my bills. I have to pay my bills, and there's no social life that much here. I don't know. It's made me kind of sad. I don't know if I'm able to do it, work on the place right now. So I gotta find a place to put these where whoever rents it can't hurt them. So I probably have to put cardboard around them or something. I don't know. Uh, I'm gonna turn that music off. It's awful feeling. Like, what would I even do? One of the things I've been considering, but it would be so far away from the love, my children. You know, I get fulfilled with that when I'm around my children, but it's not really at home feeling there, unless she loved me a lot and let me be with them. But I don't see how that's gonna happen. I mean, um, uh, I just maybe I have to calm down or something. You know, I don't know how societally acceptable this is. Um, um, but I'd like to go live in like a really Christian part of the Middle East. I'd like to live in a really Christian part of the Middle East. Or some like third world country that have these different people who are so different from how I see around here. Like they might have people that are like, ooh, and it's just I don't feel that good. But I don't feel that happy in America that much usually. Besides LA and besides at my house. And that's just how liberal I fucking am. And if you want to kill me for it, then fuck you. Stop hurting me. I've had to keep my mouth shut. And I just want to go to LA or somewhere where it's okay to be a liberal. I'm not against third world country people. I don't want to fucking genocide them and kill them and shit for being different. So tired of it here. That's like a fun break. That's like a fun rest from what the real problem really is. I don't care about that stuff that much. But I know in heaven there is no racism. I know that. I know that for a fact. And there's no mean jerks like me being a mean jerk acting like there's no mean liberal jerks. Mean liberal jerks who try to act like, yo, man, stand up for black against the police and try to hurt them and stuff. Like, I don't like that either. And I had this dream. Somebody texted me. Somebody texted me, and I had this dream. Maybe I should go outside where it looks beautiful instead of being trapped in here. I don't know what to do about that. It's so special. And these things, I got this house already. I built this built-in closet, this walk-in closet just for her so she'd have a place to hang all these clothes and all her stuff. You know, I can get my stuff out of the way. That's her clothes on that rack. Those are Roan and Ivan's clothes at the back of that. And that's like a couple of my things on there, or all Roan's and Ivan's, I don't know. And it got a little messy. I'm going to go outside. I'm going to go outside. Those other people do not do it for me. Those other women, I don't want one of them. It's so shallow trying to... Mm-hmm. I know what you want to see. You want me to turn the video off. You want me to turn the video... I'm supposed to turn the video off. I feel terrible. It's not easy. It's not easy. I can't tell you why it's not easy. I briefly said it in the video before this, but I doubt anyone will see that part of it because it's a 3 hour long video. But I'll tell you why it's been really difficult for me, or I did in that video, but I only say it really briefly sometime during the 3 hours. I guess I better not show anything. That's the thing. Got to turn off the video. It got so little for all my work on film production and the videos, so I guess it's appropriate to just stop and get rid of the video. What's down here? The property, my house goes down to there. Oh, there's a man down. There's a person down there. There's a person. Whew. So beautiful here. It is so beautiful here. There's nowhere like this that I've been to. It's felt pretty bad for about 4 months though. It was like escaping. Earlier this year, there was a time of escaping how difficult it was to get my wife and kids back, if you can even call her my wife. There's a time when it was escaping that earlier this year and thinking about like having sex or something with, like it was like a shallow time, and I got in shape and acted, it was like listening to David Lee Roth, and that caused 4 months of depression. Gained weight and felt horrible. So kind of like a tree house. It's really special here, but it has not felt that great like it used to for a while. But when it starts getting like, I don't know, I think I got to turn the video off. I can't even say. So I've got this paint ready. This is gray. I don't know if that's not really kilts. I have a kilts in the other room, but it's an acrylic kilts that I can breathe and it's not going to hurt me. And I pulled off painting those floors with oil and it didn't hurt me at all. I did like these 2 different colors and put a little design in it, and it looks okay, but I still have more to paint, and I don't really want to show it because it's not finished and the walls don't look as good until they're painted all gray with these 2 cans. And that's in there. I painted that like a while ago, and it's still taking some time to dry. So I didn't have to install vinyl floor or spend any money other than the paint. And it came out really amazing, better than something tells me delete the video. I don't know why. Here's Al's room. I was one of the most liberal people ever before 2014, until they brainwashed me on being their way, no matter what I believed inside. It was mean how I became. And when I'm more kind, I just like being like, this place is different. This place is okay to be yourself. The people who built it survived Nazi Germany. Okay, they survived Nazi Germany. They were not in the team of going along with that big evil, so they didn't get hurt, taking the shallow way out, which leads to hell. Narrow is the path to heaven, and wide is the path to hell. Narrow is the path to salvation. It's difficult to get there. It's not easy. You got to be really kind and godly and endure a lot, and it's not easy. And that's how you get to heaven. You don't do it by having good old shallow times all the time and making that the whole purpose of everything. That's not what it's about. I'm glad I got back to being my real self. That's how I was growing up. I don't know if I would have been able to do it. Well, I did it. I did it. Funny. Right. So, probably just gonna leave all Al's stuff in here. It's too much stuff to think about. There's so much work on this house. There was so much work on this house to do. It doesn't have that excitement and that happy feeling it once had. It doesn't have that happy, exciting feeling as these windows. When I got here, I don't even want to tell. They're stapled. There was like plastic paper, many layers of it stapled all across it. I had to remove every staple. There were many window panes missing. There was junk all outside here, way more than this stuff. I can still paint that, but there's like only so much you can do on a physically large house, especially trying to do it yourself. I did other stuff. There's a lot of stuff I don't even want to talk about. That door, I replaced the door. I'll just tell the truth. I'm not going to say too much more, but that door was like falling apart. It was a door that like you could just kind of push, and Al did some weird thing to it because he only lived here in the summertime. He had like a piece of plywood on it that if you turned it the right way, then you could get in. But if not, you couldn't. It felt like it was locked, and it was like these. He would act like he was like a weird shaman or something. It was so weird when I got here. It was like it did all these funny things, and it was like. And then it wasn't like there wasn't any bad here. There's never any bad here. That was the thing. That was the thing special about it here. There's never any bad. It wasn't allowed here. When people started acting mean and sinning too much, they had, I don't know. But I felt this is the first place. This is the first place that I could turn all the lights off and be in pitch black and feel safe and happy and just felt really okay. You know, it hasn't felt that great for a while, though. It hasn't felt that great for a while, I guess, from being alone, or I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I got to get rid of that drum set somehow, maybe. I don't know. I got to put this in storage where maybe I can keep it one day because it was my dream drum set when I was 10 years old. I would see it in the magazines when I was like 10 years old. They had stuff like this. This particular one was from 1986, and it's a vintage. And I just got it for kind of cheaper on eBay, but originally it was $10,000 with all these cymbals. It has like 9 zillion top of the line cymbals. It was $10,000 when it was new. And I finally got my dream drum set. I wanted when I was 10, 11, 12. I asked my parents, I was like, please, Al, anything, can I get this drum set? And they had ones that were like 12,000, 10,000. I ended up getting one that was like $400. It was kind of good. And I added some stuff to it, like a really good hi-hat. For some reason, I had this was a really good hi-hat, the top new beat Zildjian hi-hat. It was just the right pitch, and I liked the way it sounded. And I somehow got the same one, or it was with this drum set, or I don't know. It's just a drum set. I could get some other one. It's an earthly thing. It's not the most important people are the most important. You know, I don't know what's going to happen to that. but I got to pay my bills. And I'm tired of going into Roanoke and not feeling that good. It's too much God's work and too little for myself. It's too much God's work and being kind to others and very little for myself. There's not much that makes me happy about it. Maybe going to my parents here and there, but it's like a small amount of love that I get from them compared to what I had with my wife and kids. So it's like that's I generally like what's the point of even talking to them too much? But there's something godly about I'm supposed to talk to other people. I'm supposed to be around other people. I don't see why, but maybe it'll be really happy. Maybe it'll be really happy somehow. Maybe there's a way, like when I was with Al, it got really happy. It was really happy when Al was here. But I don't know if that's still going to happen or what. But maybe I could go to LA or something. But I can save this stuff. I've been putting it in the attic. I've been putting it in the attic. I've been putting stuff in the attic. That fucking cat. Ever since a cat. I fixed this. I did this myself. This door so it closes really well. This door closes really well. I put stuff in here. I nailed it. I got it exactly right. I got it just right. I didn't carve this out. That takes like some special carving stuff. Or maybe I did with a little bit with whatever it's called. I don't give a fuck about it anymore. I don't know if I'll ever be able to do it again. I had to, no matter how I felt. It was like my dad's kind of work, but it closes like perfectly. Like perfectly, not perfectly, because only God is perfect. People are not perfect. Things are not perfect. We're flawed. We're flawed. We sin. I had energy there for a while. Quit caffeine. It'll be a lot better looking in here without those cheap little space heaters. Those cheap little space heaters. That has been not easy to think about this past winter. Look a lot better without that. And I could not do one more thing to finish this balcony looking like new. I could not do it all myself and tile it and put these pieces there. I could not do it, but I did seal it really, really well, so it gets no water into the bottom floor, and it's really functional. It's not, this is good for years like it is now. This is good like it is now. At one time I had painted it, but it wore off because I didn't. But it doesn't look that good. It does not look good at all. It's so bad to even show in a video. It makes me feel bad, but then to actually have had to have done all that when I worked on the house for 4 years before that, I didn't know if I was capable of it anymore. And I don't want to do it again. Really, I don't know how I'd be able to. And I can't just keep being meek for my parents and doing things their way. And I'll have to figure it out. I'm gonna have to think about this because after seeing these sentimental things like this, that was Danica's when we were together, when we were in our very early 20s, in the year 2000. These were Danica's when we were together. She liked this stuff. These are special. The other special stuff I can't talk about. Very special stuff to me. And sentimental. And but I gotta pay my bills. And unless there's some way, see, maybe I can rent the house. Maybe I can rent the house to somebody. Maybe I can rent the house to somebody. And that way I get to keep my house that I like. And then have, well, what I'm planning to do is have an income coming. That light on my, shit. Um, but this is a beautiful light coming in here. This is a beautiful light coming in here, how it was out here. I didn't think about. So I don't know. I don't know. I have to think about this, but I got to pay my bills and I can't keep staying here when I'm not making a ton of money and having no social life and my kids are in Texas. Like, how do I go back to Texas and somehow get them to move back to be with me, get her to want to be with me? Like, I don't know how it'll be possible. I don't know how it'll be possible. Excuse me. So I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know how. This is not showing my house in the best condition. There's a way I can film it when it's all ready and it'll look really good. It'll look like a 10 bedroom, well, it'll be an 8 or 10 bedroom house that looks really good, filmed a little bit wider lens. See, this is really zoomed in. This is about as far as it zooms out when you're doing a live video. But when you film it a little bit wider lens, it looks like the room's a lot bigger. And, of course, not show too much of that ceiling, because that's another thing to have to paint that and put up a ceiling fan. It's hard to get to every inch of a large house when you're one person or you and a friend. Anyway, I'd like to not think about it anymore and go to LA and work in movies, but I can't. The love would not be there with my kids in Texas, so I don't know what I'm gonna do. It's almost gotten too difficult to think about how it's gonna work. Excuse me, I didn't mean to. Man. So I'm gonna paint this door and this trim. So, man, I'm gonna sweep the floor. I'm gonna paint this trim. I think it'll look really good and like new. And paint this door, trim. All this is gonna be white. All this will be white. That door and the trim will be white, and then it'll look good. And this room, I'm getting all this stuff out of here. I'm getting all this stuff out of here. And then I may paint these walls one more time. And that's just a little paint. This trim and the doors, the trim and the doors on this side, the trim and the doors on this side. Then that'll look really done. And that room, I'm gonna paint that entire room. Not the floors, that'd be crazy. Those are good hardwood floors. And this will pretty much look done when I get this stuff out of the way. When I get this stuff out of the way and do the only thing I'm gonna do is paint the trim in there on that stuff that I showed you, and do like 1 or 2 plumbing repairs and paint the walls in here. And I may pay my friend, my actual friend, to come here with 2 other people and paint that one day. Paint that, and the walls in the bathroom and the walls in that room. Because I don't know how much more painting I can do myself. I've painted so much. And so I might just have him do that one day. And I've been getting the paint ready. And I can only do so much little by little. Well, sometimes, I work for hours. I worked for 20 hours a few days ago, and then I had to rest in a bed for 2 days after quitting caffeine. It was like really, I felt tired. And I'm pretty sure there's nothing wrong with me. It's just because of, and then this is to fix this leak up there. I can do it myself now. This is to fix, this is to fix this leak up there. And I know how to do it. The stuff is coming in the mail to fix it. I know how to do it myself. I'll get all this stuff out of here. It's taken so long to get this house because it's physically big. It's physically big. And I've been doing it a long time. So really, it's just going to be fixing those 2 plumbing leaks, the paint, and get all this. Well, leave it furnished. Leave the big stuff. Leave this couch in here. Probably leave that there. Leave that there. Leave the TV. I might come back and get it later. I don't know. It's just the TV. Leave it for the person. This was for Rowan and Ivan, the newest video game system that I got. So they have this, and I got that TV for. The heck, a bird came in here. And they did not come back in 4 years. They didn't come back in 4 years. So, man. Now, if I had a crew of 10 people, I think I may have been able to finish this entire house in like 6 months, like 5 months or something. 5 months or something. But I can't imagine feeling that confident with a crew of 10 people with how it's been going. I don't know if I ever can. I don't know if it's anxiety from my dad. I doubt it, because he's the one who does that kind of thing, or can. He's able, well, he works with a smaller crew most days, but then he sometimes he has all these men doing tons of work and stuff, and he's like the most, he's the most confident one. He's the boss. He's out there right now driving around or something, like looking at his houses, feeling like he's cool. He owns all these houses around town, and he not cool, but like he it's difficult for him. He had to work really hard, and he had to work really hard. Him and my mom worked 5 jobs between both of them. So I think if anyone deserves that much money, it's likely them. Because it's like, it was almost like, you had to get it just right. It wasn't that easy, unless when I was younger, he took all the responsibility, and I was like, I'll mow a lawn here and there and stuff. And then I had to do it all myself. There's no other choice. I was afraid. I had to pay my bills. And, oh, there's the bird. A bird came in here. Look, a bird. He's a bird. He's a bird. Oh no, the cat. Oh no. He's a bird. What? Come on. Don't let the cat get you. Don't. No. Wait. He's a good bird. He's a good bird. Stop it. Get out of the way. Ah, watch out. I'm going to try to open the door. Go. Quick, look. Look, you can go out the door. Look, it's good. He's good. Look, that way. Quick. Come on. He's good. Wait, the cat's not in here. Get away. He is good. Come on, go out the door. No, get away. He is good. He's a bird. He's a bird. He is good. No. Come on, look. There. There. No. They're down here. Look, the bird. He is good. He is good. He is good. He went out the door. He flew away. This can be painted around there and look really good. And I gotta paint these doors. I gotta paint those doors around there. So a bird. The bird. Okay. Okay, well, I'm gonna go. So I'm gonna go. So I can't sell my house. I'm probably gonna rent it, which was the plan. And I guess I'll go to Texas, but I don't know. I don't know where I'm gonna go. I don't feel like being out there all the time in some place that I don't feel that happy personally about, unless she's really kind to me and wants to be with me again. So I'm gonna go. I think I have to somehow get to California just to feel like kind of happy. Like I in Texas, it's I don't know. Anyway, he is good. No, no, man. No. What is he doing? What is he doing? He is good. What is he doing? Ugh. This cat is sometimes mean. He keeps putting his asshole out or something. I gotta wash my hand. He's angry because he didn't get to kill the bird. He didn't get to kill the bird. So I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go wash my hands. I can clean up this countertop. I installed this myself. It's messy. It has stuff on it, but I just kind of left it there so it didn't get as much water. But I installed all this myself. I hope somebody doesn't mess my stuff up too much, but I'll still have the house. I have to get somebody special here, maybe who can do repairs too, or I can call people to do repairs. It's a miracle. I wouldn't have to be there to talk to them and everything. That was the thing that was like, well, sometimes it's okay. Sometimes it's okay. But I'd rather have that be movies or something. Then it's like I can endure all here's the shoes that I painted the floor or whatever. I don't know. Well, I guess I'm gonna go. I don't know what I'm gonna bring with me. I don't want to lose that Marshall amplifier. I don't want to lose that Marshall amplifier, but you know, I got it when I was like 12 years old or something for $200, just the cabinet part. And then it's a 1977 vintage. It's pretty good. So I got to put that somewhere. It takes up a lot of space. I don't want to, I'm afraid to hide back here. I'm afraid to go to Texas. Here's the, I'm afraid to go to Texas and then come back and hide in that guest house, renting this whole place to some person. I'm gonna be like right next to him, hiding out from a social life or anything by myself in there. I don't really want to do that. I don't know. It's not easy. It's not easy because I don't like being by myself, but I don't want a shallow relationship with somebody. And so I've had to suffer for years all alone. It has not been easy. I don't like living alone that much. I liked having somebody, but not if it's like some shallow thing that I don't. It's got to be something. And other women, I almost gave them a chance, and I was like, it was just, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it anymore. I don't know. I guess I'm gonna go. Probably tired of looking at all this stuff. I don't know if I'll end up with like this, my phone, and like some other stuff, and just have to go to LA and start with like not start, but how could you start? But see, that's what I'll never do. I'll never start over. That means your life is over or something, or be over. I just can't do that. But I can keep my stuff in storage here in the outside rooms in the house, and rent it to somebody. Can't imagine some random person living here, but I think I have to pay my bills. Like I thought Danica, like, see, this is supposed to, like, this kind of worried me at one time. Like all these people, let me turn a light on or something. Like I found this painting in the house. Because when this house was first here, there were no big woods. It was meadows. In the late 50s, and it was apple trees. And then the oak trees somehow grew from the 1950s and 60s and stuff, and it made all these woods. And I don't know, but it's sad. I imagine when I was really sad, I thought I would cry every day. And I looked at this and I thought, that's Danica who finally made it to the house. And these are all the women, like, and she made it, and she's by herself, and I died. And I thought, I was so sad and I'd cry about that. But I guess it's not going to happen. It could be interpreted to mean something else. I don't know. But at the time, I was like pretty worried about it. Like, and then she'd have to be with no man the rest of her life or whatever. But I don't know what would happen. And, what are you doing? What are you doing? Don't knock it down. Hey. Ew. This cat always puts his asshole forth with whatever Get out of here. Put your tail. I wish it would put its. I guess you can't put its tail down. Sometimes he's really. I don't want to think about it. He's been kind of annoying for a little while. There's a time when he was really, I'm probably going to get rid of him if I move. Well, I'm not going to just give them to anyone. I'm going to bring them right to Danica's house, probably, and give them to her and give the other black cat to her if I can. Unless I can give them to Taza if it's too hard to bring them across country, my little sister or something. So I haven't figured out what I'm going to do with the cats. But they've been kind of annoying um for a little for like they're a little bit mean. They started being mean to me because I was so kind and Jesus like that they would like try to take advantage of me and do little weird mean things to me. And then a couple days ago or yesterday, I was like, fuck you, you jerks. Uh, and I was mean talking to him. And I started thinking, I'm just going to go to LA and be a movie star again. I thought I would go to LA and for that dream was I thought it was almost for sure done. I thought I had given that up to follow God and Jesus because it was an earthly thing, and I didn't know what it'd have to do on earth, but um, I have to feel okay too, um, and I'm really good at movies. And I know it pays there. I know it pays really well. Oh, and it's a surefire. It is a way to make money for me because I know how to do all the different film jobs and stuff. Like right out of school, I started working as a production designer when I had one tenth the resume that I have now. That was in the year 2000 or two. I think it was year 2000. Right out of undergraduate school, started working as a production designer on different indie movies. Just put my resume out there and went to work. I started at first as a production assistant or intern. I was unpaid. They got along with me and they saw my work on producing these kind of big short films, like just short films. Yeah, and they made me production designer, and then I kept working as production designer in other movies, like indie movies, not that big, or kind of not that big, but there's work as a production designer, and that was like when my resume was nowhere not it was pretty good, but not as good as now. So I can just go there and work. So that's something that can make money. So that's you, you like cats. You like cats. I like the cats too, but he's been a little annoying. He's been What are you doing? What are you doing? What is he doing? Let's watch him. See if you can see if he's how he is. And then it was pretty annoying. Like I think maybe there's a lack of communication between us. Like he would try to act like put me at ease and feel good, like for me to pet him and stuff. But then it tried to make me think sexy thoughts to women later about women. Like he would like rub up against my leg or something and like try to make me feel good. And then later it would like he would try to get me to want to like think about sex when I was really, really Christian and had about one fifth the sex drive that I used to because I was so kind and godly and Christian like. And in the past few days, I kind of lost it. I was like, see, like, look what he does. He's putting his tail in the air right towards the camera. He's putting his like why would he do that? It doesn't make any sense. It's pretty good. There's like a breeze coming in through here. So maybe I can pack up this stuff. I think that's what I'm going to do. What are you doing? is there some way you can get them to put, is there some way that you can get them to go like this and keep their tail down? Is there a way to get those cats who put their tails up to keep them down? Or is that just how he is? It's really weird. This other cat, Baby Kitty, did the same thing that she gave me. These are her cats that ended up being here. And then he ended up putting his tail in the air and kind of doing that thing, putting his asshole in it. You'd have to think about it. And like, I don't know. But usually it's not a problem. Usually I don't think about it at all. I can barely think about that cat right now. I don't know why. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, what is he doing? You know, God says in the Bible, sometimes you can ask your pet. You can ask your pet what you think to do, and the cat is supposed to be able to tell you, or your dog, and they're supposed to know. But other times, I think I'm like, he's a pet. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't, he can't really guide you that much. But sometimes they know, and there's some line about it in the Bible, but I don't know exactly what it says. And you're supposed to be able to ask your cat, and he'll help tell you what it is or something. But I don't know exactly what the Bible quote is. I'm gonna look it up. We'll look it up. Bible quote. Ask the beasts and they will teach you. This says this in Proverbs. Where does it say? Oh, Proverbs 12:10. The righteous care for the needs of their animals. The righteous care for the needs of their animals, but the kindest of the wicked are cruel. The kindest acts that the wicked people do are cruel. But the really righteous people who are good on earth are nice to their animals. But you can't be too, I don't know. I mean, because we have dominion. What does the Bible? But ask the beasts and they will teach you. I'm going to see what that line is. You can ask Job, get a job. I know. I'm almost done getting this house ready to rent, or I'm getting this house ready to rent. I'm just doing this right now because I got to a little bit of stopping point thinking about, really, I had gotten this place ready for my wife and kids to live in, but she's not really my wife, or I don't know, and I've got to pay my bills, and I don't know what city I'm going to live in, And the plan was to get it all ready and rent out the house. And I think I have to do that. And I can keep the stuff here in the side rooms and stuff. You know, it's not. But then there'll be somebody living here, and I'll be thrown out there. I have to leave my house that they never lived in. I think I've been here too long, so I think that'll be okay. Job, in other words, get a job, you idiot, instead of making these videos. Job. It's my favorite one. Job. Job 12, 7 to 10. But the beasts, I'd have to find Job 6 or 5 to 10. In thought, let's see what it says. This is about how your cats and your dogs, if you ask them a question that you really want to know what to do about something, they can tell you. It says in the Bible, supposedly, but it's just a cat. And we have dominion over animals, but I think there's something that said. Okay, let's see what it says. In the thought of one who is at ease, there's contempt. There's contempt for misfortune. At ease. Snoop Dogg, man. At ease. I don't know. I can pick. Stop. It is ready for those whose feet slip. The tents of robbers are at peace, and those who provoke God are secure. I don't know. This is like, this may or may not be true because it's the Old Testament. Let's just face it. It's the Old Testament, which some of it was wrong, and that's why they had to. That's why Jesus had to come to earth to have the really truthful God's truth written in the New Testament. But some of it's right, and some of it's it's in the Bible. I think some or most or all of it's in the Bible, but some of it could be wrong. Have this anxiety that's been bothering me. And I don't know what the fuck it is. Okay. Let's just start with the line about this, about the but ask the beasts, will teach you, the birds of the heavens, and they will tell you, of the heavens. That's in heaven, that's not on earth. And they will tell you, but ask the beasts, and they will teach you. So animals, I supposedly know stuff that we don't, we have dominion on the animals. Obviously, it says in the Bible. So this is just one or the bushes of the earth. I don't know what that is. Or the bushes of the earth, and they will teach you. And the fish of the sea will declare to you. Who among all those does not know that the hand of the Lord has done this? I don't get it. Something, because it's in the Old Testament and the New Testament, But this first one that it says is ask the beasts and they'll teach you. I don't know what about that is true or not, because some of the Old Testament's kind of wrong. Anyway, I want to get to work on getting this place in order, but I hit a stopping point because I found some very sentimental things. Earlier in this video, I found some very sentimental things, and I had worked at this house a lot to get it ready for my wife and kids, or Danica and my kids, and I was expecting them to move here, and there was a lot of effort into that. And there were about 2 years only thinking about wanting to be with her, and it was difficult for me. It caused me a lot of depression, the neglect, and having them there in Texas and stuff. So I'm still thinking about what to do, but I have the problem is that I've got to make money, and I've had almost no social life for years, and I've got to make money, and I don't know. It's like some weird ass anxiety thing that is trying to destroy the thing that I'm trying to do, because I quit all my psychiatric medicine. I quit all my psychiatric medicine. It's been a big, difficult thing to try to detox off the medicine I was on since 2003. So that's one thing that I've been working at very hard for a week and a half, I think now. Um, Trying to get off of all that medicine that I think I didn't need to begin with. So that's been one thing that I'm working on right now that is not that easy to do. And be very tired. It's made me very tired, and an anxiety of some random ass thing. Like, and I get the feeling that the anxiety is from my parents drinking coffee, because this is how I rationalize that. When people drink, because I felt it from them before, when they drink coffee, they made me nervous. Like it's like a fight or flight. When it causes an allergic reaction in their body, those coffee beans, we're not supposed to have them in our body, and it creates like an adverse opposite, like an opposite, like your body wants to get rid of it, and it creates this negative thing, and it doesn't always do it. Sometimes it just gives you energy and it makes you happy and everything's okay. Sometimes it really does that. But there are times when I thought that coffee, some people are allergic, and I think I'm allergic to it, but I'm not sure. I don't know. Other times when I'm on medicine, I can have it, but I don't know. And I don't want to ever be in that medicine, but it causes a fight or flight, a fight or flight. Like it's either you feeling really bad or some people around you feeling really bad. It like creates this horrible thing, like in my thoughts, like it's like this bad thing that's there, and it's got to go somewhere, and I don't know where it's gonna. And it's like I don't want it to be in me or on me, hurting me, and it's got to be either me or somebody else. Almost, it's like a fight or flight. And even when I'm not drinking the coffee, I picked up on that just by being around my parents, because they drink so much coffee. They drink so much fucking horrible coffee, and they're addicted to it. And it gave me so much relentless anxiety for 20 something years. I was not at peace. I was not at peace out there. It was hard to, it was really difficult to socialize or much of anything. Put me in fight or flight, that coffee. That crazy ass insanity causing coffee. There's so many people with schizophrenia who would not have been schizophrenic if they did not drink that insane coffee that rallies up all these troops to fucking kill people. Send them to war. Put them on the drugs, methamphetamines, coffee. Get rid of. It's like, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. But it at one in some people, I think it causes insanity. Coffee. And I think it's from my parents, unless it's just because I quit the psychiatric medicine I was on for 18 years or something, or you know. But I've been learning how to quit the medicine since 2014. When the first time I tried it, was horrible. It's horrible. They didn't tell you, if you drink coffee and quit that medicine, you will not be able to sleep. You will not be able to sleep, and they have it fuck up so many people, have them dependent on their big pharma, their big doctors, their medicine, so they can't figure out a way to quit doing it. And it, of course, makes them insane because they can't sleep. They can't eat either. They have no appetite. So they think, oh, I'm getting skinny. Who cares if I haven't gotten enough sleep? Because they think they're getting skinny. And they're so happy about it, they don't realize, wait a second, I haven't slept in so long that it causes literal insanity because they haven't slept for so long. Oh, it's because he was crazy, because he's not taking the big pharma's medicine they want to put everyone on to make them dependent on it. You know, how about other countries that have free health care that may or may not be better than this one? I don't know. It's kind of scary, but America maybe has pretty good health care, but it's so expensive. And I personally don't want to rely on doctors that much. Why do they know what's best? Why is their advice the final word when they tell somebody they're going to die or have to cut off their legs? Why is that how it should be done? That's not true. You go get a second opinion. You keep trying as hard as you can to make sure it's okay. You get away from those people who say you're about to die, and then, they don't hurt you. You find a second opinion from a better doctor when they tell you they're going to fuck up your body or something, or you're fucked and you're going to be hurt. Why is their word the final word? I fucking don't like that stuff that much sometimes. I'd rather not depend on that. I'd rather die in peace on my own, never have to go to a hospital that much. But the fact is, that's wrong. That's kind of wrong, because we need doctors in modern medicine. There are some simple fixes they can do, hernia surgery, or a lot of different things like that they can fix, and a person can live a lot longer. And I know that's true, but it's just like, it's so frightening to me. I'd rather work a tremendous amount on my health, and you know, I don't like going into hospitals for myself. That's not how I want to live, and I'd rather die in peace. I'd rather die in peace, not having to. The worry is so tremendous, I think. Unless there's some way I could feel calm and happy with that stuff. And this is the type of thing that I don't know if I should be telling the world in a video, because there are people who'd want to attack me for it. Maybe a fact, maybe a fact. I don't know, maybe not. But I know doctors are necessary. I know doctors are necessary. We can't live without them. I'd like to. I'd like to live like back in the old days, and but here and there they can fix an important thing with surgery. Because I got a hernia when I was a little kid, and I think if they didn't fix that, who knows what would have happened? I don't know. And they can fix important things like that, so I guess they're good. I guess they're good. But when they tell somebody that's it, Slash, uh, uh, that's it, the guitarist of Guns N' Roses, um, who was on tour, dehydrated, doing alcohol and who knows what. He looked dehydrated. You could see him kind of shake when he was younger. That skinny, he was like skinny, and you could see him kind of shake. He was dehydrated. He was dehydrated, and they told him his heart was bad. They said, that's it, he's probably going to die. A doctor told that to him to his face, and he did not listen to it. And he got a second opinion, and maybe other opinions, until he knew there was hope for him to get better, and he was determined. And he probably got a lot more hydrated. He even works out a little now. I don't know morally about that person at all. He's not someone who I aspire to more morally. I think he's a little lost. I think he's a little lost, like most people who don't have God and Jesus in their lives are, and he keeps kind of going to some of that sin. And that when he posts about it, he's it's more sinful, and it's like a little scary, the horrific images that he's kind of into, that he thinks are cool, and he doesn't know what he's doing. He's like a child. We're all like children of God, and we sin. We don't know what we're doing when we sin. So we're supposed to be childlike to get into heaven. That's the only way you can get into heaven. I don't know how often, but it's okay to be childlike at any age. And Al was kind of childlike. He'd act childlike and make like a little child's voice, like he like I don't know why he did that, but people are appropriate to do it too much, because we're a man is a man supposed to work. And I don't know what that anxiety is, but it almost went away right then. It almost went away right then. And I had to carry that anxiety for, I'd say, from when I was 14 or 15 till I was my late 30s, or 40. So it sucked. And it finally all went away at this house. I never felt this much at peace at any other house. But I kind of haven't felt it for a while. I haven't felt it for a while. Like really at peace and really okay. When I finally got to this house and I didn't have to work anymore and hard work, hard labor, and home repair and all that stuff, it was like I was at peace for months. I never felt that much peace and being okay in my life. Never allowed to. Always made to on something constantly. It's like kind of like almost like my head down, not seeing the bigger picture of how to get it really big and confident and do things at a bigger level. Like meant to constantly keep be meek and constantly working on something made to feel like it wasn't enough until I got to this house and I finally didn't have to work for 3 or 4 months and it felt amazing every day. It was like heaven. I don't know what I looked like, but it was as close to heaven as I ever felt on earth. But it was beautiful here. It was really beautiful here. And I finally didn't have to work after working 12 hours a day for a year and a half. Finally didn't have to work. And that was enough on its own. I didn't need a wife immediately. I didn't need a woman to be with. And I was here at this house away from people where they didn't see me. I didn't have to interact out there like doing some shit that I don't like, that didn't make me feel happy. You know, it would be different if I was making a movie that I like to make. Can't even say the word movie. I can't even say the word movie without getting that anxiety that I thought came from my parents or something because they gave me thousands of dollars. So it's like I had to feel anxiety and twitch or something, like almost no way out of it in my entire life. But I was meek and I was kind and I honored my parents when I was a lot younger. When I was a lot younger, and before that was before I got married, and so I was kind, but it was like I never got to feel like I was the most. I was really in charge. Besides when I did the Vampires of Zanzibar, that felt pretty amazing, good, and it was a lot of relentless work. Like I was constantly working, sometimes only getting 4 hours of sleep, getting all the little props and everything together, because it was all my responsibility to make it look like a real movie. No one else knew as much what was going on. No one else really knew. I had to do the whole thing myself. I had to do all the arranging of people's schedules, the hundreds of extras. I had to do all that myself. No one helped. No one knew how to do much of any of it. Besides my mom, when we filmed at her house, she got some food together and made a bunch of food. She made a bunch of food, and it was like a restaurant. She had made the food. That was like 1 or 2 days, and the camera operator operated the camera the whole time. All I had to do was operate the camera, and maybe there's here and there he had some lights to set up, but he didn't. And it's got somebody to hold a boom, and then there are these special effects people who did some of the special effects makeup. And the actors just kind of showed up and acted. I did everything else myself. I had to make sure it looked like a real movie all myself. All the, like everything, the production assistant stuff, making sure every detail got done right and everything about it. But it was happy because I was the one in charge. And and I got to do it like my way. So it gave me anxiety, of course, and I was so happy and so motivated anyway, and did my best work. And I had to lose sleep. I had to only get like some nights 4 hours of sleep or 6 hours of sleep or 5 hours. But I was happy because I was doing work that I liked, and it wasn't easy. It was not easy. It was real work to make sure it came out right. Like when somebody does a master painting that looks photographic because it's so good nowadays, that's not easy to do. That is not easy to do. It takes a lot of effort. It's not like just doing it in someone's leisure time. It's not like doing it in somebody's leisure time. You know, where, oh, well, it's a hobby. It doesn't matter if it comes out. This, so that's something to live for, I guess. Maybe making a living at that. But I don't know if I care that much anymore. It'd be really amazing. I hate to say this, but if God just like struck me down instantly and brought me to heaven, it'd be so like that's how I've thought for years. But the past the past couple weeks, I got excited. I got happy again about maybe I could being depressed, and I was like, maybe I can enjoy life, and maybe I can go to LA and have a social life and work on movies. Um, but like, why would I want to go be around strangers? Why would I want to go be around strangers? I miss my kids a lot. I miss my kids, and I miss hugging a woman. At the end of the day, who's the same as me, and we don't have like any real problems, or that's how it always was. But that's not going to be forever. People age. People age. Hey, come on, go out there. This is Ron Jeremy. Come on. this is, come on. Come on, give me a hug. This is Ron Jeremy. Go out there. I tried to get somebody who wasn't a porn star as the name actor in that movie that first movie that I did, but he ended up being he was on the Surreal Life at the time and was doing more big mainstream stuff. VH1's The Surreal Life, and he was pretty big and he was pretty popular on he was kind of like an A-lister, and he's the only one who would do it for money that was like that big that I could quite afford to get. And somehow I just got him, and I thought he was back then. I thought the porn people were cool or something. It was terrible, but I never. It was like an innocent thing that when it came to actually filming a porn, I just couldn't do it. There's no way I'd film a porn. I will never film a porn. I'll never film a porn. I just can't. It feels like wrong and sleazy. I don't want to do that type of thing. This is like my way of trying to talk to somebody. And I quit all my psychiatric medicine. It's like causing some kind of little anxiety. I don't know why it's there and why it won't just go away. Maybe it'll go away. And there's nobody special who I can get at this house right now who, like, it just, I don't have a really good feeling of love and acceptance that I had with Danica and my kids. And it's like, I'm not very happy. But I don't want to give up again. I don't want to think about it too much. And I definitely don't want to get to work all the time, like no matter how it feels. It has not been easy quitting all my psychiatric medicine. But I'm going to make it through. Supposedly there's 4 weeks. It can last, well, 2 or 3 weeks of the detox. Generally with risperidone, it's 2 or 3 weeks, and then it's like happy. But I've gotten happy anyway. When I started filming this video, I was feeling really happy. Feeling really happy. I'll go to sleep. I feel pretty okay most of the time. Sometimes I have to lay down. It's made me be sleepy sometimes. I'm detoxing off caffeine, and I'm detoxing off all my medicine. And I I'm done with her putting pressure on me to take medicine like there's something wrong with me because her dad's a doctor. Because doctors know all the answers. Because doctors are the best. Because you don't have to work out. You don't have to eat healthy. That doesn't matter. You just take medicine for it. Then you can eat as much cholesterol as you feel like it. And it's not going to hurt you because the medicine will make it all okay. Okay, because doctors are the best. And if you're too stressed out in your life and it's too difficult because of situations, real situations in your life, then there must be something wrong with you and you got to get on meds. You've got to get on meds instead of address the real problems in your life that are caused by them. By taking my children away from me, by her and my kids being in Texas. That's the thing that was causing the problem. Oh, I guess there's something wrong with you. I don't know. Maybe it's not. I don't know. Maybe it's not. I hate to say maybe it's not even their fault, but I don't even know anymore. I don't even know anymore. Why am I eating an apple? It's caused me to want to eat food. It hurt me to try to eat less. It made me feel weak. And it was cold here. It kept being cold in May. It kept being cold. Made me sick. And I had so much anxiety from them being taken away from me. I was trying to drink alcohol to deal with that and the worry, and it made me sick from being cold. I'd wake up and it was so cold in here in May, like 8 months out of the year. I wanted to go to LA where it's warm. I felt weak, sick, almost no energy. It was not easy. And I did a lot of work to my house and I got the energy. Ugh. And this weird ass anxiety, I don't even want to say what it is. It makes me feel like I'm afraid that somebody who's watching it would get it too, just by me thinking about it, which is an awkward ass, stupid ass fucking thing. So I try to imagine, what is it? I don't even know what the anxiety is. A little black bug. A little black bug. I don't know what the fuck it is. Really weird. It's like something that's a problem, like the anxiety, like that's the caffeine or something like that. And it's like I don't know where it's coming from. Maybe just because my parents drank caffeine and they gave me thousands of dollars, and it's like it goes along with that somehow because they gave me money. I don't know. Maybe it's in my mind. I can't figure out what it is, but I did quit all of my psychiatric medicine. I'm supposed to throw the video away. As good as it might be, but some of it's good. The bird part was really good. That was pretty good. I thought. I don't know. Somebody said it was really good. And apparently I'm supposed to get people in my videos because I don't look good enough. It's just the reality of it. I don't look good enough on my own to 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 have people want to watch me like they watch A-list actors who look really, really, really good. I don't look that flawless or whatever, that I'm not good enough on my own to get 30,000 to a million or millions of views on every video so I can pay my bills. Instead, only gets a fucking little 100 something views on the newer videos sometimes. But the older videos are making more money. I don't know. I guess my looks are okay. It just hasn't hit quite big enough yet to pay all my bills. Like, it has to. I think maybe it'll be okay one day. I don't know. And for a while, I was dealing with it by eating food. I'm not doing that anymore. I am eating right now, but it's an apple. And I think if I quit filming, it's like something about filming, somebody doesn't want me to film. I don't know what it is. Like somebody who I know in my real life, or for some reason, I'm not supposed to be filming. For some reason, but I'm filming. It would be kind of cool if I was like a little bit crazy and so skinny and looked really cool, because I had such low body fat that I looked like really cool. And I could get away with it. Oh, I'm a Hunter S. Thompson or something. That's so crazy. But I wouldn't do all those drugs. I never did all those drugs. I never did all those drugs. I was always kind of like godly. I did God's work usually. Like in person, if you meet me, I'm not mean and really confident and cool. I'm just not one of those people, and I never really was. But there were times in my life when I was able to become that way. It was really not normal for me. Like socially, I was like, yeah, hi and stuff, and people thought I was very different in real life because I was so kind that I was like, they're like, they thought in watching my videos and stuff like I was like big and cool and stuff or something, and like um I didn't usually act that way most of my entire life. There was a short time in high school when I acted cool and I didn't even know it. I didn't know it, and then later on I acted cool and confident and stuff. But most of the time I was very kind to who I was talking to and godly, and it was not easy usually, and somehow then it was like everything was okay, and I'd go home or something, and then didn't feel happy somehow. But then eventually I gave up. Like that sucked. Like I gave up on I don't know. I gave up on I don't know. Yeah, make sure to say a country accent. Shit. That's disgusting. That's horrible. That's gross. I don't get it. Do people in LA talk about farts and joke about farts a bunch? Like like kind of more southern people that think it's funny. Um That is terrible, right? Like it's gross to me. I don't know. He said that. I just saw his comment. I've got to, like, I might have to leave my whole house, my entire house. Where will I go? Where would I feel comfortable out there? Because I know I feel comfortable in LA. Just being in LA, I feel comfortable. Like, it'd have to be a place to live. I couldn't be homeless. But, so terrible. It's okay. I don't know. I I don't have the it's like, okay, here's the thing. I came through I just discovered a big breakthrough right now. When I work on something, I like to get really motivated about what the outcome might be. And that helps me to work really hard at something. Like when I was working for my dad one time, we talked on this house that he helped me to fix up with him. He made me a partner, and usually, you know, he said, okay, we talked about how much we think he would make 20,000 or 40,000, and I had never done anything like that kind of big paycheck at once, and that motivated me. That motivated me, and I would go there every day and work on the house because it was something really big. It was something really big, like a big payoff, something that was like, okay, I can work on that. And I like really did good work on the house for like 2 months or something. And usually I didn't get that type of big money. I got paid something, but that was the first time when I got like however much it was, $20,000 or something. So I worked. It sounds I worked really hard in the house every day for like 2 months. But all those years I worked for him, but he didn't give me like big sums of money at one time to make me partner on a house that he did. And I just he paid me some money as I went, and I wasn't partner. But that was the first one he made me partner on, or there were another couple, and then through the years he made me partner on about like 10 houses. He had all the responsibility. He had all the responsibility to get it done and everything. But I was there working as one of the workers the whole time, and I'd kind of work with him on the ideas on the house of like things that actually got done to the house, and talking about the numbers, how much it would sell for and how much it would make and stuff like that. Because I'd been around him doing that stuff. And some of those things motivated me to work really hard and do my best work. Um, but then, for a long time before that, I wasn't very happy, and I was sad about it. I didn't like doing that kind of work. But um, the entertainment industry stuff motivated me to work unbelievably hard for years and keep working hard at it every chance I got, because I thought that was a way, I could be a big filmmaker and stuff. And then when it didn't really happen as much in the way that I thought, I got kind of discouraged and started to give up a little bit. But I don't want to die right now. But it didn't pay off the way that I thought it would. It's kind of like I had to make it all myself. I had to like make it what it was all myself, and it got nowhere near the return that I thought it would. Maybe like 1% of what I thought I would get in return. But maybe I just didn't see it that I was actually doing what I was doing. I didn't get to actually enjoy it like I had actually done the, something that maybe have appeared that way to other people. May have appeared that way to other people that I was like some cool filmmaker or something like that. It gets a bunch of views or whatever, and um, it felt very small. It feels like small for how hard I had to work all those years. Like it felt like it got very little for how hard I really had to work at it. So I don't know, but maybe all of a sudden it'll start getting a lot more views and stuff. I don't really give a fuck. It'd have to be millions of dollars or something, like, or 10,000 a month, or a few, like 4 or 5,000 a month or something. It's just so horrible. It's just like, I don't even know what I'd think if my YouTube channel finally started making even 4,000 a month. I don't know what I'd think. I don't know what I'd even think of it, because I think it does. I don't know. Maybe I have to do different. I don't know. And I've gotten burnt out at times, and burned out. I've gotten burnt out at times, and just kept having to do the videos, like kind of like now I was a little bit burned out, and I just did another random video. It wasn't my best, and it was like there's no editing, and just me talking, filming a video. It's not my best work, but I'm still doing a video. And it's like, just because I don't know. I can barely talk without that anxiety trying to destroy and ruin everything that I'm trying to do. And it's felt so bad with that for like most of my life, I think. I don't know. Not really. Maybe I know what I'm talking about. That anxiety. Like I had a dream that I was in heaven, and it felt so free and so happy, and I could fly, and everything was happy, and it was okay, and it was really in heaven. And there was none of that like little worry or anxiety in the back of your mind or something that made it feel like the whole time it was like not all the way getting to feel good. But the really amazing thing, the really good thing, is that um it can all of a sudden, it can out of nowhere, in an unexpected way. Well, shit, if I die, or some horrible thing would happen, that would be really bad. But I've already suffered with depression every day, looking up every way to kill myself for years, crying every day in agony, not just a relieving crying, but in agony and suffering, and real suffering, and looking up how to finally die, and starting plans 30 times. And that's how most of the past few years were, besides 2020, when I finally had a chance to work really hard at my videos, that maybe I would never have to work at that shit that made it even worse. That stuff, that home renovation and stuff. And that's kind of how it felt. But 2020 was okay. I don't know why 2020 was okay for me. 2019 was really bad feeling most of the year, I think. And but I think I'm being a little negative here. And the beautiful thing that I don't know if I should even say, because some people think that it's gonna be bad or something, your life just sucks. But it can get happy again. It can get happy again, and there may be hope for me on earth. So you can't try to tell me that my life is going to be horrible, just because you think that your life is difficult. Like my sister, like my older sister who thinks life is so horrible, all the bad things that happen to her, and it's like I can't carry that, and risk dying when I've already suffered so much every day with no social life,
Have you in these videos, have you seen me around people? No, no, because they threaten, because they frighten me when I tried to film videos out there. That's why I wanted to go to LA where I can really work on things that make me happy and do the things that make me happy enough. But guess what, Krista? My family, my children would be taken away from me. And how is that fulfilling? How does that feel happy inside? You know, is that what you want to hear? Is that what she wants to hear? Life just sucks or something because her husband got cancer? Because her husband got cancer? Well, maybe if he didn't come to Virginia, maybe he wouldn't have gotten cancer if he stayed in a warm climate. Maybe it was a climate switch. It was so cold here that it hurt his body. I don't know. I really don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. Her first husband beat her up, and she had to get a divorce. He really beat up her face. He was a crazy ass. And her second husband has a family she has a child with. Everything's okay. He's a really kind person. He's a really good person. And he ended up getting the cancer. But I think he can survive. I don't know. It's one that was supposed to be 80% survival. It's supposed to be 80% survival rate. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It's like they think that I can just go and act like nothing's wrong and have a good old happy time. When my children, who were the only one, my wife and children are the only ones who understood me all the way, who like really were on the same, we were on the same page with, and they were taken away from me, so I don't have them to be with anymore. So I don't know. Like, how could I possibly go out there and try to enjoy things like everything's happy? You know, when they're not, when I'm not a family with them. When I had a happy family and they're not with me anymore. So I don't know. It'd be amazing if some redneck came in here right now with a gun and was really kind to me like rednecks are, but he's really gonna hurt me. and he put a gun to my fucking head and killed me. You know, then I'd get to go to heaven. And all those videos that I made standing up for God and Jesus and showing about how God and Jesus, how you should really be, I'd leave that behind for my children. That I told them a lot, please watch those God and Jesus videos. They're mostly made for them to show how kind you're supposed to be on earth so they can get into heaven. And then they watch those, and hopefully my dumb sinning and saying curse words and stuff wouldn't be that bad. And hopefully they'd see how to really be. Because I don't know how I'm going to get there. I'm afraid, I don't know, just, I don't know how I'd get there. I'm so liberal. I'm so liberal. Like, I either want to be in California or at my house in the woods away from the way people are out there. And God and Jesus, that's a Christian, that's a Republican Christian value. I believe in family values. That's Republican. But like they don't get it. I don't know. I just feel like we're different or we're different, but I don't know. It's making me depressed to talk about, and I don't want to kill myself, but I don't know. Jesus was a liberal. It's frightening out there sometimes. But I think I can fit in with it. I don't know. I don't want to anymore. I think I got it where I can go to California and just get on a plane and feel happy enough that I'm on my way to California. But I don't know how I'd get to Texas of all places. You know how that place is politically. You know, the Trump, like, don't wear a mask, the whole mentality, they did it to the whole city just because they thought it was Republican. It's not really a Republican because a mask looks like a Muslim. That's the reason why they didn't like it. They did a study and it showed that most Republicans don't like to wear masks more than liberals, like way more than liberals. They don't like to wear masks. And it's because it looks like a Muslim. That's why. They don't want to cover their face like it looks at all like a Muslim because they don't like Muslims or something. So stupid. You can never say that out in public. You can't say that or think that out there, pretty much. That's how I feel. I don't know. I don't know if that's true or not. And I feel happier in a Christian part of the Middle East. That's how liberal I am. And I don't know if I'm allowed to say it. That's why I think I'd like it better in California. They don't look down on you for being good at a job that you should get paid for because you're so good at that job. It's never happened here. No filmmaker, no narrative filmmaker has ever made a living out here. And I don't care if it's liberal or not. You know, the old people and the older generation in Los Angeles are all Republican. You know, they were all Republican back in the day. They just started being liberal in the 90s. And I don't know. It's just I feel so looked down on when I would go out when I would feel so looked down on when I'd go out into this city. And I think it can be different, but it's just I don't know. Maybe I can be like happy about being a Republican. I got so tired of it here. Felt like looked down on out there. Devastated by the time I made it home. But it's like it's not their fault. Maybe I can fit in. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm Republican because I believe in God and Jesus, and that's supposed to be Republican and Christian and family values. You know, I think those Republicans divided and conquered my family because we were liberal. And Danica was a liberal too, but she would never say it in public. She'd pretend she was a moderate because she knew that she didn't want to say anything too much like that stuff. Because they'd try to hurt you, try to cut up your body or something with surgeries, send you to a hospital or something. I don't know if that's true. Maybe that's insane. Maybe that's insane. Maybe that's a paranoia. Maybe that has no relevance to anything. You know, one of the only ways I felt happy leaving this neighborhood in this town was when I finally just drank alcohol and sat in the side of the car with Al driving and acted like Jimmy. Acted like Jimmy, put on a costume and talk. Hey, I'm Jimmy. I'm Jimmy. That made me happy. Then I was able to go out in society. You know, if that's not really allowed here, and it pretty much isn't, then I want to be in Los Angeles. Because if I felt like doing that to feel confident out there, then I could be that way. Stop it. I could be that way. And there are people like that. Whoops, sorry. And there are people like that more often in Los Angeles, kind of different people. It's okay to be yourself there, I think. I don't know. And one of the only ways I was able to fly to see my kids one time was it was a miracle. I got to fly on Halloween. You know why? Because I got to dress in a costume. Because I got to dress in a costume on the plane ride the whole way there. And that made me feel happy. And that was one of the only ways I was able to fly to Texas at the time. And they tried to hurt me for filming out there in this town a little bit. Well, not that bad. They didn't give me they didn't put me in jail. So it's not that bad. It wasn't that serious, but they said, you can't really film. I want to go somewhere where I feel happy about doing that stuff. Or just walking down the street being in Los Angeles where it's like, yes, this is where all the music I'll listen to growing up is from. Most of the movies that I like growing up is from. But see, there's that emptiness by being there that my kids aren't there. And my dad and mom want me to fit in. They want me to like really fit in. I had to be so Republican here. It was horrible. It was like not just Republican, it was like the meanest of the Republican, what they did to me back here. And it's not, I found God and Jesus here. I found God and Jesus here. So it was pretty special. But I can't imagine living in a small. Once you leave the city, it's a bit different. Excuse me. And I haven't needed to dress up in costumes. Like, actually, I've been planning on looking really normal. Because it reminds me of those, like, well dressed, like, older generation of, like, the people in the movie industry who, like a normal haircut, maybe like an kind of expensive or cool suit and, like, kind of like stylish clothes. But I haven't. I haven't spent money on clothes in a long time. I have the most that just I don't have the best wardrobe. I have like old clothes or clothes my mom gave me that she bought that she got from somewhere she just happened to give me, and I didn't know what size they were, and I just wore them because they're for free. That's what I've been wearing. Besides these shorts, I like these shorts. I bought those really short shorts on not that short, but I bought the short shorts on Amazon because I had built up my leg muscles. I built up my leg muscles and I thought it looked good. At one time they looked really strong, so it was like I got shorts that could show. I got shorts that would show my legs. I picture my more Republican friends who believe in guns and stuff back here, like saying, fuck you. Calm down. Don't say that stuff. I'm probably going to have to delete the video. I don't know why. but I think I have a hope or a, whatever that's fucking called. I think there's hope or whatever, not Obama's hope or whatever. I have Obama's hope in the palm of my I have Obama's hope in the palm of my hand. I but I think that maybe it'll be okay. I think maybe it'll be okay. Just so can't believe all the love I had. Well, like all the love, the most of it, is in Texas with with her and my kids or my kids. I don't know. It's just I can't imagine how I wouldn't be able to live with them all again. But maybe there's something else I can live for. So I haven't really gotten to that point where I can like really move on from her. But a couple days ago, I started saying, "That's it. I'm gonna quote unquote move on." I was afraid to say it, and I said it, and I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't know. It's so difficult. I have to trust in God and Jesus, and I don't know what is gonna happen. But maybe there's a chance I can hug a woman again and be close to a woman and have her like me and be close and like get to hug and be really close to her and be maybe even be in love with a woman and and her love me. So maybe I'll get to have that again one day. I don't know. But not if it feels wrong and shallow. Like I can smell it if it feels wrong or hear it. When like earlier in this video, it was playing this violin music, and it was like that's not what I want. That is not what I want. I could smell it. It was like it was like a clean like to my dad who's married. To my dad who's married, it's like the temptation of him that he gets tempted with to see other women and the smells of it out there, how like maybe it would be easy you just throw away your marriage and be with some other person, get to have sex anyway, like everything would be okay and you have all your money and stuff and it wouldn't matter. And like that's the temptation that he gets tempted with, and those smells that go along with like some kind of a soap that's like just the wrong, it's not really the right kind of soap, but it smells kind of good and like you might get to feel okay or something. And it's just wrong, and I can tell by the smell of it and and the sound of the wrong kind of music, like a violin. It sounds like a Renaissance fair or something for like somebody's family who's like um it just I don't know. It's just not my type of thing to pretend like nothing's wrong and leave my children behind. And the closest ones to me mean the most, my children. And Danica, I like to think Danica would have feelings for me again one day, but I don't know what happened to that. And that almost makes me want to just not go on. But it's like I don't know how to quite make it work. But it's like uh, but it's like my dad, I think he gets the smells and stuff of like a somebody's like perfume that's like not really something that was in our families or something, but it smells good, and it like might be somebody maybe who looks kind of attractive on who just appears that way. And like he really actually believes that he thinks that maybe I have the whole world ahead of me and I can just I'm young and I can just go and work in movies and like nothing's wrong at all and just leave my kids behind. And I can't do that. I just can't do that. They're too they're too special. I put a lot into making sure they're okay. And that stuff is really bad. It makes it worse. It would make it way worse because one time I did get a girlfriend and she was just the wrong one. It made things really bad for 6 years now. for 6 years now. So what I learned from Al, what I learned from Al is that there can be something exciting and different and new and something you're not expecting that can be good, that can actually be good, that's right around the corner. And it doesn't have to be the way that you look at it, that you think, oh, it's got to be this way. And God can make these things happen in your life. God can make these things happen in your life that are unexpected, like opportunities and happy things, and it doesn't have to be the way that you think that it's good, that it would suck and stuff. But I'm pretty sure he was never depressed. I'm sure he never had it so difficult that he couldn't put up, the pain felt so bad on his body or whatever it was, that it was so bad that he just didn't know how to go on anymore, that he gave up and wanted to die. He hasn't wanted to die. That he hasn't. He still has like a happiness and excitement about him that it can be okay more than I do. I think so. I don't know. I don't know if I'll make it or not. But I can't bring myself to kill myself. I don't know. It's pretty hard to kill yourself. It's pretty hard to kill yourself. And I don't know how I get to Texas. It's pretty hard to kill your entire healthy body. Like, and why would I throw away my pretty healthy body? And there are things I can maybe do, but I don't really care anymore. It's been so difficult. Like, if there's something that would just kill me instantly, I'd get to be in heaven. But I want to make sure my kids and Danica turn out okay. And I've had to be there for my parents and these other people instead, and it hasn't been that easy. It's been like I haven't had the love fulfilled. It's like my parents don't get it that it just that my wife and children were taken away from me, who meant almost everything to me. They don't get it, but it's like they don't acknowledge that as something that's like, and I don't want to live that way. I don't want to, I don't know if I want to keep living that, but maybe I'm just a little depressed right now or something sounding. Maybe it'll get better. I just kind of stop thinking about it as much when it's too difficult to think about. And sometimes that was working and I got less depressed, but I don't know. But it's been not easy quitting all my psychiatric medicine. And I was depressed when I was taking the medicine. I was depressed when I was on the medicine. So I don't know what medicine would make me not depressed. And it may just because maybe because I'm all alone. Maybe it's because I'm all alone away from people. Right? There's like, what would I do out in Roanoke that's so happy and so okay? I've tried to go out there every time for 6 years, and most every time has been devastating by the time I made it home. I don't know how, it was like, I finally made it home, and it was like, that was not good. It did not feel good every time, almost every time. There were a few times when I made it across town to the co op in 2019, and I got in really good shape and looked really attractive. And I mean, I was something to notice around people. And I think there was one time when I stopped and I got the feeling, look around you, and every woman had noticed me. Every woman who was, even the young ones, the older ones, they noticed that there was like something special about the way I looked and my attractiveness. And that was in 2019, and that made me feel really happy. And that happened one time going there, and another time going there, and then something happened where like I think I went in there with short shorts and acted like I looked at some girl or something and acted like it felt good to my penis or something. Like one time, like a little bit like it felt good to look at her, and I was like, yeah, or not, but not in a creepy way. It was like a way that was like it did something to the whole co-op. It did something to the whole co-op, and there are all these like people in there like trying to hook up or something after that, I think, but it may not. I don't know if it was true. And like I went in there and I wasn't trying to have sex or anything like that, and they didn't want me in there. They're like you've got to get out of here or something because there were people trying to like meet other people in there and stuff. It became like they were like meeting other like young people and people and like it was like something it changed about it the way in there. But I didn't want sex at all because I only wanted Danica. And I was trying to like I was covered up by then and I wasn't trying to act sexy and it felt wrong to act sexy and go along with what they're doing in there and stuff for me personally. So I couldn't go back in the co-op for like a year or two or something like that. Like I could not go back in there for a long time. But for 2 days, I think it was like really happy. And I felt like I looked really good. And those were the 2 days in about a year that it felt okay out in public. Out in public. But suppose maybe there's hope of it feeling okay out there in regular Roanoke and being happy. I don't want like I'm supposed to not totally get rid of that or something. But it's like I made myself think that, you know, I've got to get my stuff out of the house, get put it in the out of the way, get the stuff out of the house, rent it out, and get on a plane to Los Angeles where I can well see might have to stop in Texas too because my kids are there. So I don't know how I get to Texas and feel normal there. I don't know how I'd get on a plane in all those places in the U.S. and make it to Texas and feel normal and or feel okay. When there's been so little happiness for me socially for a really long time. I'd say ooh, years. It was in 2019. Those two times that I went to the co-op and felt confident about myself and happy. And it's been a long time of just uh, no really good happy times where it feels like there's no problems and stuff. Like when it feels like everything's okay and there's no real problems. But I don't know. But I think it's wrong to live that partying, fornicating life because I was almost ready to go to Los Angeles and but I can't fornicate. I can't get with random women. That's just wrong and feels bad. Like I know it's wrong, and so I think I have to. I don't know. It's so crazy. It's so funny because like I was eating an apple. It's so stupid. I was eating this apple. I was eating this apple and I put it, and for a while I was eating the apple, and I put it down. I put it down. I put it down in the desk. there was a time, there was a time like a little bit further back in the video. I don't know what happened, but I farted a bunch, and it was like really loud, and you could hear it in this video. It was like, farted and kept farting, and the apple was right next to it, and it blew. Probably the air of it probably got in the apple, but like if it almost didn't, and like it maybe like I thought like some people like, and I almost would have like I almost just like I was so tired of it, and I almost picked up the apple and ate it. and and those are the things like thinking makes me inherently, as I was saying that, I was really thinking about how Danica and the kids, when we're together, they do stuff like that. Like they would eat, and I ate kind of like them too. I started eating kind of like them, but I was the one out of all of us who would eat like the older food. Like they had me eat the older food. Like if Ivan ate a few bites out of it, and he may have done something funny to it or not, but he just wouldn't eat it, and then I'd have to eat the rest of it. I'd eat the rest of it. And they did that a lot, and they'd throw away a lot of food. Like if any little funny thing happened to it or didn't or kind of did, they'd throw it away. And I'd be the one who to like save money, I'd have to eat the food, and I had the last to choose from of the food. And sometimes I get really hungry. Sometimes I get really hungry, and they'd have the special food like right up in the front, and they'd push the old food to the back when they got new groceries. And I had to learn those ways from them, because they kind of like wasted more money, and they spent a lot of money. And I learned to be that way, kind of like her. And um and um I think there's a reason why we were separated, and I found God in Jesus when I was away from the influence of, I think how some people have on her and that family being that way, and they kind of looked at but there's like one time when I went to the refrigerator, like, and sometimes I couldn't take anymore. I was really hungry because I was a big man, and I like to eat a lot of food. Like I would eat the most food of all of them, and then like the really good food that they had that was special that she was trying to save for like her and some of them and stuff. Like I would eat all of it. I would eat all of it, and I wouldn't leave any of it for them. And they'd get angry, and then she'd get Rowan to say like, why did he eat all the good food? But there was so long of us being together when we were actually divorced, because we were divorced in 2011. So, and the kids were born in 2006, 2009, and the baby was just born um 2016. And so since 2011 we were divorced, and it was kind of like a funny relationship. Like we'd still talk every day, and we're best friends. And but it was like, I don't know. I think her parents had the influence on us from the start of kind of looking down on me, and they kind of got Ivan to like not honor me as much, and to listen to her and her parents more, I think. And like sometimes I would tell Ivan to do things, and he would not listen to me. But if she told him, he'd listen to her. And it was just with Ivan more. Rowan, Rowan, we were always okay with on that particular issue. But Rowan, when I we had something really special. Like, I believed in him to be the way most popular, famous one. There were no limitations on it. There were no limitations on how famous, how popular, how good feeling on earth he was going to be without it being too sinful and weird, like in a bad way. And um I believed in him to go huge with that because we wanted him to be a huge actor. And I tried as hard as I could with Ivan, but Rowan was a little more competitive of it at first and kind of made Ivan's stuff a little less popular and like because he was the older brother and acted like that's how older siblings are to their children, to their not to their children, to their younger brothers and sisters. The oldest one acts like they're like the best or something because they at one time were I think that's how it usually is. Like they at one time they were the only child who had all the attention, a ton of attention from the parents. And then when the other kids came around, there had to be attention to the other kids too. And they kind of like wanted to be the best one, and they kind of can make fun of the younger kids a little bit sometimes and stuff. But I don't know if that's always true, but that's how I've seen it. That's how I've seen it them been. My older sister made fun of me. I kind of made fun of my little sister. Um, Rowan kind of made fun of Ivan when he was younger. It was very difficult for Ivan for a long time. And it was hard to try to stand up for Ivan and still stand up for Rowan. And then I think something happened where they're not mean to Ayla. I think they don't pick on her at all, but I have to see how they interact. I want to make sure the baby's okay. But they have like funny ideas. The grandparents and Danica have funny ideas, like they don't want me to be there for the baby as a father all the time, and she doesn't have a father. She has no father, and she's so far behind on uh, um, talking, and I can teach her how to talk way better than almost any other kid like I did to Rowan. He was talking when he was less than 2 years old. He was talking. When he was a year and some months old, he was talking because I taught him, because I had a special ability to have get his undivided attention, and I had this ability to teach him and show him how to do that and show him how to do art. And as a father, I'm really good at that. And the baby didn't get that. And it made me so sad. I don't know I mean, they don't understand it, but it made me cry maybe hundreds of times that I could have helped her. And instead, she ended up, they put some label of autistic on her just because I wasn't able to be there for her and teach her. And I know Danica's like determined to pretend, oh, she's really autistic. That's a doctor's diagnosis or something. And I know it's not true. And I don't know. And there are problems that she had that I knew if I was there for her, like I was able to be there for Rowan and Ivan, she'd be okay. And she learned a lot more. And she hasn't had a father. It's like the grandparents don't understand, and they think because or they hadn't up until now, unless they can see this and somehow finally understand. And they've tried to make me like only act like I like only Rowan and I am in our mind. And I love the baby a lot. And just because you're not genetically related to somebody, just because you're not genetically related to somebody Like, just because they're not genetically your children doesn't mean you can love them just as much or more. And I don't know what I'm going to do about that. Because I made sure when the baby was in Danica's stomach, I made sure to talk to the baby into Danica's stomach, make sure she heard my voice and communicate with all I had that I loved her and wanted her to be okay. And I know I don't know. And at the hospital, when she called me at 2 in the morning and she was having a baby in 2016, of course, I was happy to go right then and there. I was so excited and happy to be there when she was having the baby. And I wanted the baby to be okay. And I went to the hospital. Of course, I was happy to go anytime to be there for her, to drive her to the hospital, make sure she'd be okay. And the guy who she conceived the baby with, who's just some guy, I never really cared about them, and he does not care what happens to my son. If he ended up in hell or something, doesn't mean anything to that person, and he just made a baby with her. And um and he didn't show up at the hospital until after the baby was born, the next morning at 10 or 11 in the morning. Well, I'm able to show up now or something. Like, he didn't really care about them that much. And he has a wife who's, I don't even want to acknowledge that much. And he has a wife who's really his age. And he's like 11 years younger than Danica. And she just kind of used him to make a baby. Uh, and and um then when the baby was born, if you really want to know what happened, um, Danica's mom was in town. Danica's mom was in town to stay with her when the baby would be born, and she would not let me at their house. She would not let me at their house. And Danica's mom said, the baby has jaundice. Jaundice. She said the baby has jaundice, which I don't know if it was true or not. Can go right away. And the mother, not the mother. That woman is not the baby's mother. That is Danica's mom. But Danica's mom made sure to be there around the baby when the baby was just born. And by the time her mother left, that baby was so small and looked almost sick and had not grown at all. And they were worried why she wasn't growing at all. And the baby was like so small, and with Danica's mom there holding her and everything, he was showing her no love, and the baby didn't grow. And that happened for like the first 2 or 3 weeks of the baby's life. And they were worried, and she, I think, got lighter or something, and it was really bad. And her mother was not showing the baby love. And then her mother finally left. Danica's mother finally left, and I saw that the baby was so small. And I saw that the baby was so small, and I got Danica's attention as best as she would let me, because she would not let me be around the baby. She made it so difficult to be there for the baby. And I said, I got her attention. I knew once her mother was gone, you've got to make the baby eat. Please make her eat as much as she can. She has to eat more food. That was the problem. She was doing something to make the baby she's doing some contrived weird thing, the grandmother, to make the baby small. I know it, in her lying way and pretending she did nothing wrong, following the law, so she got earthly things on earth, in her mean way of doing things. And I know she did that. And it's like hard to go into that place, Texas, and it's like, but 2 or 3 weeks later, the baby had not grown and was small, and maybe got smaller, and she looks. It was scary how small she was, and I told Danica to please feed the baby as much food as you can. Let her enjoy the food. She can enjoy the food. She's been hungry this whole time, and the grandmother did something funny to her, and just and I can't say this stuff in public with how much money they have and how much power and stuff, and like her mom, it tries to make everything so shallow and insignificant, the meaning of life and everything. She took my children there, and she tries to be Danica's best friend, and it's really difficult, and I don't it's horrible, and she got her to buy a brand new kind of cheaper house instead. And when I was working on this house with all I had until I had to go to urgent care to get it ready for them. And she convinced Danica to buy some new house that was like not as expensive and not as well made, but an okay house. And she convinced her to buy a brand new house instead, and it sent me to urgent care, and I could barely breathe. I could barely breathe. I was on the ground out there in the cold, and for a month I could barely breathe. This was right before COVID-19, and that was another. But I had to get on medicine to help me breathe, and before that happened, I got a thought when my breathing was okay, and I'd been working on the house relentlessly to get it ready for them. I got a thought from her mother. My thoughts: I'll beat your breath in. I'll beat your breath in. I didn't know what that meant. I went on with my life, thought, it's not going to hurt me probably. And a few minutes later, I could not get air. I could not get air. I'd been indoors working on my house for 8 months. And I could not get air. And I had to go outside. And I thought, I'll just kind of go for a walk and everything be okay again. And it didn't get better, and I went further down the hill. It was freezing outside. It was in December, and I went down the hill, and I thought, I'll just jog really fast, like really clear out my air. I started jogging really fast, and I could not breathe at all, and I pretty much fell to the ground and sat on the ground and could not breathe, and I had to call out to the neighbor for help out in the woods away from all people. I tried calling my parents. They did not answer. I called I don't know how I was able to operate the phone because I could not breathe. I could not breathe. And and I called I called my neighbor Alex, and he was at work. And so, by some miracle, when he answered the phone, I guess it was like some kind of love that I had from my neighbor, but it wasn't enough to make it all better. And I had taken off my big heavy jackets, and I could kind of breathe a little better right as he answered the phone. And so I knew I didn't have to. I knew well, I wasn't sure yet. I thought maybe I'd still have to go to the emergency room and call an ambulance, but I had to make it back up to my house, and I had to make it back to my house. But back to and then I talked to Rowan, and just hearing his voice again and talking to him made all the breathing problems go away. And I was okay again. It was a miracle. And then I took the medicine that they wanted me to take, the medicine for the Texas medicine, and I ate a little bit more of the food I had been eating. I was eating a little heavier and working long hours that caused me to be unable to breathe. And it made the breathing problems come back, and they did not go away for a month. I was so worried and so terrified, and I eventually had to get on medicine to help me breathe at the end of 2019. And here's the thing: I worked out relentlessly, just scared for my life because it was so scary every breath to try to get. I didn't know if it would be my last breath or not, and it was kind of agonizing for about, but I worked out as much as I possibly could and gotten like really good looking health, but I was barely able to breathe for about a month, and then I worked out so much and had stopped working on my house. I couldn't even work on it a few minutes without it causing the breathing difficulty. I'd worked so long to get ready for them, and then she bought a new house, and then I got in really good appearing shape, but the breathing was difficult. And then a month later, I could breathe really well again. I could breathe really well again. And all of 2020, I could breathe really well. And it never came back to hurt me again, the breathing difficulty. And I even gained weight and got up to the heaviest weight I'd ever been, and I could still breathe okay. But I was still kind of worried about it in the back of my mind. So I like to be in really good shape because that never happened to me in that way before, other than this one time, like before. But I was worried about COVID-19, so I had to be in really good shape and stuff because I was afraid I'd die from not being able to breathe. But but that problem never came back. Like that was just a one-time thing. I think that happened when I was working 12 hours a day for 8 months indoors on hard labor, all of it feeling so bad and terrible. All besides, at first I thought they were going to move here, and then she told me she's not moving here, and I kept getting bad information and kept trying to stay happy. Maybe they'll move here, and eventually she bought that new house, and it messed me up, my body for a little while, and then I got back healthy again, and I was okay. But back to the baby, in 2016, she was born, she did not grow at all for like 2 or 3 weeks, and I think got smaller, and they were worried, and she looked sick. And it was, I couldn't believe how small she was. It was like I was so worried for her by the time Danica's mom left. And I told Danica, I got her undivided attention, and I knew what to do about it to make the baby better because I loved the baby and wanted the baby to be okay. And her mom made it so I wasn't able to be there for her. And Danica kind of went along with her mom and stuff. But I knew what to do when I was able to be around Danica again when her mom left. And I said, feed her as much food as you can. Start feeding her. Allow her to eat as much as she feels like. Get her to eat as much food as you can. You've got to feed her more. You've got to feed her more. And I got that through to Danica, and within weeks, she was a big, way bigger baby, a fat, healthy baby, so healthy looking, big, and had grown properly and was way, way healthy looking. Never had any problems with it again. And she was, I mean, she really got healthier, a lot healthier. And took that love of someone so much that you want them to be okay. There's special people in your life, and you can't replace them with just anyone. It's a lot less. It's a lot less. Sometimes only like 10% as much that you get from other people. And they're really special to me, the kids, and Danica. And that has hurt, that has it eventually hurt my health in another physical way, not having her love, having her neglect me. And her mom tries to get her to move on and have no love for me at all when I was still hoping to have my family back. And I don't know where to get that love from when I could maybe get it from the kids and having her in the same town, because that kind of worked for a while. That was okay for a while, even though I didn't get to be with her. But that was okay enough where I didn't feel that bad for so long every day, like without the love of them. And that was like okay enough to have them in the same town, but not get to be with her. But it still made me pretty sad that I didn't get to hug her and have her love and be a family again. There were times where I'd be at their I wasn't allowed at their house as much anymore, and I'd go to their house, and there's just something wrong with it that she didn't love me anymore. And I was like, I didn't even know if I wanted anything anymore, because it was like she was on the computer doing something else and had no interest in me, and it was like we weren't really a happy family. But and I tried to hold out for it. I've waited for her years at a time with no one else, hoping that she'd be with me again. And she just would not change her mind. And she has her mom there who turns her against me or something. And I think she's given her the wrong ideas about me. And I think it hurt both of us to not be as the same flesh. So I don't know what's gonna happen. But um it's like I can't see how to be okay again. I just want to be in heaven. I literally, if you want the truth, I'd like to just be in heaven, but I have to try to stay alive to make sure my kids and maybe her turn out okay. And to tell the truth about the other people in my life, I kind of love them and stuff, but it's just, it's just a lot of God's work. There's I feel like maybe I get something back when I'm kind to them, but it's not the way I want to live my life. It's just not the way I want to go on living. But maybe there's some way to be happy again. I don't know. And it sucks because I'm so young. Like like I'm not that young. I know there's people younger than me, but I look pretty good and say like I got in really good shape. I could look like a movie star. And um I don't know if I care anymore, but like it'd be a shame to throw away this body and when it's healthy enough, but I can't imagine how many years I'll have to live when it's like felt this way. I can't imagine having to live until old age the way it's felt. Like, and I don't really want to anymore. And but the thing that I learned from Al is that sometimes like right around the corner it can be new and different and okay and like everything's really okay again and exciting and good. And Al was married to a really special woman. Al was married to his real wife, who I could see when I got to this house, he'd still involuntarily have tears coming down the side of his eyes, just because I knew he was thinking about her. And he didn't talk about her that much because she was really special to him, and he wanted to keep it at a shallow level. So he'd talk about his first wife, who didn't mean that much to him. She was like, she left him to be a lesbian and have all types of sex, and it was like she used him for money, and I don't know how that was his first wife. You'd think that when your first wife would be someone given to you by God, but his second wife was really special, and they had 8 good years of almost no problems, like really the best times ever, and they were in love. And then she died, and he says he's had relationships after that, just as his way of going on living and being sinful. But his second wife was really special to him, and he was kind of afraid to talk about all those years they spent together and how special she was because he was defensive because I think his dad was kind of a jerk, and his dad said some mean things about his wife and stuff. And his dad could be really mean when he was alive. He was this guy who had like it was his dad, and he loved his dad, but he could be kind of mean. And his dad said some mean stuff about her one time, so he and his dad, I think, made fun of Al and pretended that he was fat and stuff, so his dad could keep looking skinny into way old age. And I think that had something to do with Al giving up and gaining a lot of weight. but but Al gave up. Like he was so sad that his second wife died that he thought he just consciously said he was going to eat himself to death. He was going to eat himself to death, and he just started eating a bunch of food. Didn't care anymore because he didn't want to be with. He couldn't replace it. He couldn't find the love that he had with his second wife, and so he thought he'd just eat himself to death. And he got really heavy. He got really heavy, and then some doctors told him that that was it, and they were gonna really hurt him. And he got out of the hospital, and they're gonna do some terrible things to him. And because he was so fat, they thought his legs would never be okay again and stuff. So he got out of the hospital and he stopped eating food as much, and he just ate oatmeal for a long time, and he lost like 200 pounds or something like that. 200 pounds, I think. 180 pounds or 200 pounds. And didn't have as much sugar with that diabetes and the effects of it. Like that, pretty much is from eating a bunch of sugar, added sugar. And but he's in balance now because of being a diabetic. And so he lost all this weight and he got healthy. It was a miracle. He was at one time 400 pounds, and I saw him walking around this house with no shirt on, and he looked normal. He didn't even have the really fat stretched out bodies that it shows. It shows, the really um those people when they're really really fat and they have that loose skin, that like loose skin hang, like he didn't have that, but he was up to, I think, at least 380 or to about a little under 400. And he was able to walk around with no shirt on, looked okay. I don't know how he did that. And but he has real problems. He's getting older. He's getting older, and he has to go to hospitals sometimes. And it's the worst of it was when he gave up and got really fat, and that had some effect on his because he didn't have love, so he thought he'll just get really fat, and somehow I don't know, somehow after I met him and he helped me become a kind person again because he believed in alchemy, turning regular metals into something like a fine metal, which means taking a regular person, making them more kind and good and godly so he can get into heaven. And that's what he really did out there after his wife died. He tried to help others. And he's a sinner too. He sins in his own funny way, but he helped me become a kind person again, and that's how he really helped me. And but then along with that, there's some things that kind of hurt me too. Like he got me to think it was okay here and there to have experiences with random women and stuff. Like that was something you're not supposed to turn down, he said. I don't know. And I think that made it worse for me to get back with Danica. And I did that a few times after I met Al, because he acted like, that's not going to hurt anything or something. And it made it worse. It made it worse. And I had to suffer and repent for it for years. It was horrible just for being with like a few women who just it was a mess up. It was at this house, and it was like so weird that randomly they started liking me, and it was had something to do with Al. And I listened to him, and I shouldn't have listened to him, and it made it really difficult for me. Like I had to repent and feel so sorry for it every day for years, and just wanting Danica and the kids back, and I had love taken away from me, and I felt so awful about it for being with these women. And that's not how I want to live with these like way lesser relationships, not much of a meaningful relationship, not special like my wife, who was given to me by God, who were brought together as equals. We're brought together as equals by God. And I don't want to have these little relationships that are like how could they relate to um, what Danica and I had together, or um, you know there was one who was like pretty kind, pretty kind human being, and she was a pretty kind human being, but like she was interested in academics, and didn't really have any interest in movies or singing or the stuff that I like. And like I wouldn't be happy with somebody who just wanted to do academics and teaching and stuff. It doesn't make me feel good. it doesn't make me feel good. Like, what hope of doing big good things and being really happy on earth would I have anymore when it was like academic, when it's academic stuff? But there's somebody like that who I met who was pretty special, but it was like I had to show her how to get involved in movies and stuff, or stuff like that, whatever they're called, whatever that stuff is called. That for some reason I'm not supposed to even say that stuff that I like. And I met her when she was 25, and I was like 33, I think, or 30, but I looked pretty young. And I went to her college. She was a little older for a college student, and but we still looked like college students. Like, we walked around campus together and stuff, and I just looked like somebody who was in college or something like that. And but it wasn't quite special. It wasn't my wife who God wanted me to be with. And it was like it was but it was good, and she was a really good person, but it was like it was a smaller percentage of what I had with my wife, and it wasn't as special. And I brought her into this shop at the school at Blacksburg, and there's a skateboard shop there who knows my family, and I've been going there since the '80s when I was a little kid. And you know, I was gonna I was gonna buy something for that woman who I met there, who's 25, and I was like 30 or 30. I was like 33, and I was gonna buy something for her. And the shop owner knew that's not my wife who God put in my life. That's not my special wife. And so so he got me to like not get her a present. And I tried to. I was like saying maybe I could buy her something kind of special or something. And like the way it worked out was that because he knew my family and stuff, like I and she went along with it. Oh, that's okay. I don't have to have a present or whatever. And so um so I didn't get her anything. I didn't get her anything but it's terrible because she's like a pretty special person, and she's a kind person, or was a lot. And just I don't want to marry somebody who's that small of a percentage of, maybe she could have been 20 or 40% of what I had with Danica, but not really special. Like, there's something really special about Danica, and our family's getting along more and stuff. But I don't know. But God brought us together, so I couldn't really replace that with somebody who's kind of special, and but in a good way, in a godly way. That was a really kind person. But I don't know how happy and excited I would be about someone who wanted to do academics and teaching. And I married someone who was made fun of in high school or after high school, and had no more real friends left, just like it was for me. And we both happened to leave our small town, or our towns. We left our towns and went to Los Angeles. Happened to be about the same year, 1997, when I was 19 and she was 20. And we went out there to be filmmakers, and really we wanted to do singing and stuff like that, and acting and stuff, but kind of afraid to say. So but we really, I think really she wanted to be a filmmaker. She wanted to be a filmmaker and really do something on her own more. I think she wanted to like actually go to college and stuff, because I think her dad, other people thought, she's a woman, she doesn't have to go to college and stuff like that, but she wanted to really go to college. And instead of being like a like a sexy, like a helper for her husband, um she wanted to really do stuff on her own. And so she wanted to be a filmmaker. And we both went there to be filmmakers. and God put us together, and we got married, and and then I'm not interested in other women unless they want to do unless they want to do unless they want to work on that dream of mine of the movies, music, stuff like that, and believe in God and Jesus. Now, I think that's really important, but it gives me a hope of something to work towards in the future that's very big, that the potential is very big, that can make me happy. And I don't know if it'll ever happen at some A-list level or something. For a while, I thought, no way it will, but maybe, I really don't know, but it makes me happy to think that maybe I can be the cool, the popular one or something. It's just something that I'm good at. All that stuff that I'm good at, and I can't imagine really settling down with somebody who doesn't share that same thing with me. But maybe I'll never find her as much as Danica was. But in LA, man, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to say man. That's like sounds like Jim Morrison or something. I don't really care. But they have conservative older Hollywood people. They're conservative and stuff. And I'm afraid to say the word Hollywood, but it feels like if I went to law, I don't know if this will ever happen or if this was just the wrong idea of divorce. But it's my way of like thinking I could find someone else. But I think God put Danica in my life, and maybe that'll never be able to be replaced. But I don't want these short term relationships. I can't imagine who it would be like. I don't want to share something like that with. I don't know. Like I don't. It doesn't. It's not something like. I don't want to fornicate and have like lesser, not as important relationships. So I don't know if I have the energy to go out there and meet strangers, just to go on living, just to go on living. Cause like they're strangers, and why do I love them anywhere near as much as I already love my kids? But it's better than being alone. Excuse me. What are you doing? I think this cat. I think this cat has the power to get me to fart. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's in my brain. It's like maybe, maybe I'm paranoid. It's like I don't know, but I'm not. I'm not a crazy paranoid person. I'm not crazy paranoid person. I've got to take that back. When I was younger, I used to pretend like throw words around like that. Oh, maybe I'm paranoid or crazy, and it would become real. And then she put me on medicine. But like I'm not paranoid. I'm not paranoid. But maybe I think things about the cat that are not true. Like right when the cat showed up, it caused me to fart a bunch, and then it like, showed right up where the farts and everything were. Like how could I even pet it? Like it made it so I could not even pet the cat because I can't imagine like will it be a happy life again? Like my kids are in Texas. Like I would like to live up the happy life. Like I was listening to Dean Martin, and he was like the most famous person at that time. I think in the '60s, early '60s, and he had one wife. Those people, they marry one wife, and then they get a divorce and they marry somebody else, and sometimes they marry another person. And how do they keep being happy? I can't imagine how they keep being happy. But maybe it's because they keep getting because they get to see their kids, or maybe it's because they're more sinners than I am. They sin more regularly in their life, and some of them may end up in hell for being workers of unrighteousness, and they're happier with more earthly shallow things that they sin more at, or I don't know, or maybe they're just able to, I don't know, but I can't imagine getting married that many times. Maybe that's the only way I'd be happy, really happy, if I got to get married again. But how, it's like, how can I get my children back in the same city? Um, Unless, see, that was the whole plan right now. I'll get my house ready, rent it out. I'll have a passive income, which is a miracle after all those years in real estate. I have at least one rental property that has a passive income. And I can go to LA, but I feel so alone there. How can I meet random people? But the plan was to go there, start working in films and stuff. Kind of like I'm doing now. I'd still be alone at my house, but I'd be going out there every few days and working on things, and and at home maybe screenwriting, editing. Um, if I got confident enough and got in good shape enough, I could do acting. But I felt so sad after I saw those sentimental things earlier in the video, the stuff that I got ready to have for them at the house. And I was able to I wasn't able to continue packing. Um, but I don't know what's gonna happen. It's not like our favorite movies. It's not like The Notebook where he gets some big house ready and they've been away 7 years. Oh, that's how my life's gonna be. That's a movie. Those are false idols. Those are false idols. Those are not things to aspire to. You know, the and often we look up to movies and stuff like that, and we think, oh, that's how our life might go, like some movie. It's just a movie. It's just a movie. It is not the Bible. It is not the Bible. We're supposed to be like God and Jesus, not like those false idols. But my plan was go to Los Angeles, work in movies. I almost gave up on the idea of being with Danica. I started thinking about the idea of being with other women a few days ago. Thought maybe I'll meet some girlfriend who can keep me company. And then I'll make so much money there that I can get Danica to move there with the kids and get to be around her and the kids. Or not meet a girlfriend and just work on movies a bunch and be around people more. And and that would be something to make me happy to work at. Then I can make more money. And but the emptiness that I don't know if I'd be able to make it there with the emptiness of not being with the kids. But then I'd have a chance to make enough money to where I could get them all to move to Los Angeles. And maybe, who knows, it'd be like some Dean Martin or somebody who has all the whole family living there. We'd get to work in movies. That's where I really would. That's where I really like. And but instead, it's always had to be my parents and her parents who made the most money, did things their way, made things have to be their way. And maybe that's how God wants it to be, because I don't want to be one of those jerks who like says F you to your closest loved ones and family or your parents, and says who cares if they die, and then goes out to Los Angeles and be some big, like Arnold Schwarzenegger, who left his abusive military father in Austria and went, somehow made it to America where his dad wouldn't beat him anymore for putting pictures of nude men on his walls, which he was not gay, but his dad thought he was gay, because he aspired to have that physique. He aspired to have that physique. And, he was maybe from a different family. I don't know. But I do know when Arnold Schwarzenegger made it to America, he was so happy. And then he got to Southern California where he would feel happy. All those famous people he looked up to growing up, that's where they were from. And that's where he felt the best. And it was finally okay for him. But then when he did Pumping Iron, or his first few big um, when he did his first big competitions like Mr. Universe and stuff, I think after Pumping Iron, his dad died. His dad died at a young age, like a kind of young age, in his 50s or 60s or something. I think in his 60s. And after that, as soon as his dad was dead, um, he did huge stuff. He did huge stuff. He he did Conan the Barbarian. And would you really aspire to be a false idol like that who has so much money and power on earth, who flies overhead in a helicopter to make a big appearance, and you're like, you can't tell where he is, and like thousands of people waiting for him, and like he's like, yes, or something. You see him walk, like he was on my campus, and I showed up a little bit late, and I barely saw him walk off stage, and then like, some huge military helicopter flies away. And like, is he a kind person, or is he some big powerful entity? And it's like, I don't know if that's kind or not to have that much power and money. I don't know. And I don't want my parents to die to be some famous person. That'd be horrible. So maybe I was supposed to act that way and kind of do things their way or whatever. That's horrible. Because then the devil messed them up. He messed them up. They turned on their closest loved ones instead of trying to make it work and do God's work. And then they they got they got tricked and misled into sin, led into temptation and sin, and then he messed up their entire soul so they could work in that meanness their whole life in unrighteousness, and probably not, maybe not even get to feel as happy as people thought they got to feel. And um and um then they die or judged by God, and he sends them to hell, maybe. Or maybe not. Maybe because I can't judge anyone. I don't know how to judge anyone's sin. But sometimes I can kind of tell. Wait a second. They're way more mean than I am. Ron Jeremy. Ron Jeremy. Like this apple. there's this apple that's been sitting here the whole time I was talking, and I kept farting and stuff near it. Ron Jeremy, here, let me take a bite of that apple. It's good. It's good. It's good. You might try to, like, there's something. There was something. There's something about Al though that was different. It wasn't like farting on an apple. It wasn't. It was like there's something about Al that it was like it was okay, and it didn't matter that he didn't wash his plates and get every bit of stuff off of it every time. He'd kind of run a little water on the plates and put them to the side in this little holder. And there's stuff about looking back that it got so dirty that the food would fall off it to the bottom, and it was kind of gross to the bottom. But but he had this like it was like this aura about him, whatever. I know there's no such thing as an aura, but just being there in person with him as a real human being when he was cooking up the food and it smelled good and he prepared it and did his stuff like he was the chef and he made all his food for me and him and like made the plates and did all the stuff and it was like there's nothing wrong with it and it was like it was um it was like kind of special and happy and it felt happy and but then there are other people who like they have to wash their plates a particular way and stuff and like when he wasn't here I kind of had to I fell into the habit of like I don't know. But I think he couldn't stay here for that long. He was supposed to go somewhere. Something about him being here really was bothering me. But at the time, it was really special. It was like not like being with a woman to be in a special sexual relationship with, but it was like it was just happy. It was happy, and I didn't need to have sex with anyone. So maybe there can be something like that in the future, but I know it's important to like. I want to get back with Danica and my kids. I don't know how to get them back because like I don't know how to convince her. And a lot of people say just go to Texas and stay there a long time and be around them more. But I already went there 7 times, and the ups and downs there, like being thrown out and having to go to a hotel or take Ubers or. But I got to stay with them, and I got to go to an amusement park or like the aquarium with them, and that was pretty fun. And go out places with them all together, like we were a happy family again. And I just can't imagine having to settle for that one more time when she just really doesn't want to be with me again and it being in a place like Texas where but maybe that'd be okay. Maybe that'd be like exciting some maybe it'd be like kind of enjoyable in some way that I wasn't expecting. But it's so difficult to say that, you know, to actually get there in a plane and for it to be that way. I don't know if some people understand. You know, there are things that make there are ways of being alive that make me happy that are different from other people. I don't see random places in the U.S. as that happy and exciting in particular. And at times they're very frightening to me. You know, I'm not like my dad. I'm not like a really white person. You know, because he married an Italian, but he's like more. He has like political beliefs and stuff that stand up for that pretty much. It's like he likes America. It's his favorite. You know, he has different beliefs than me a little bit, but he doesn't see what's so wrong about being in a place like Texas. So it's okay. How could it be that bad? And then like there's hope it can be okay. Maybe I can make it there and it'd be like something that'd be like okay enough, but I don't know how long it lasts there. Ah, gosh, I don't know how. And like, where would I stay? Like, there's not that really. I feel like to even talk about it, like I get a feeling. I don't know if this is true, just because they're the closest people to me in my life, but I get the feeling like if my parents, I don't know, I get the feeling if they find out that I want to go to Los Angeles and how comfortable I'd feel there and how much I like it there, that they'd want to make me not feel as comfortable there. Just their way of like doing things, not being mean, but um, like just their kind of, I don't know. I haven't really known what it's like to not have my parents in my life. They've like always been there. It's so weird because I only see them like once every few months, I think. And I could see them less than that. It doesn't bother me. And sometimes I miss them and stuff. I don't see why I'd have to stay in the same city as them. They're not my wife and kids. I don't know. Maybe God wants it that way. And it sucks. Like my Uncle Richard, his wife died, I think, when they're in their 50s. His wife, well, yeah, in their 50s or something. I think in their 50s or something like that. I knew when she died. I knew it was the only person I've ever known that she died right then when I was 3,000 miles away. It was his wife, my Aunt Lavinia. She was English. She was from Wales, and she talked like this and stuff. And but I don't know exactly how she talked, but she was from Wales, and she'd get me to eat pies and stuff. But I wasn't as nice as I could have been. Um, I should have eaten her pies more, but I was trying to be on a diet. But sometimes I'd eat them anyway. She'd make a pie with like something on it. But she was my aunt. She was my aunt. But there's something kind of special about her, and there's something kind of special about my uncle Lou, who died, and my grandfather, who's called Papa, and but like Aunt Lavinia died in her 50s in this town, and she lived with my uncle in a house. And after she died, he had to be alone the rest of his life until he was 78. Until he was 78. And he wasn't that happy. He started getting depression, and it was because she wasn't there anymore. And you know, it was really weird what happened because he started here and there. He'd get a girlfriend that was kind of a short term girlfriend, and he might fornicate here and there. Um, and there's this one weird woman who stayed at his house that was like only 42, but it was when I was younger, and I thought she looked kind of old, and it was like, but I was just a lot younger then, and and I think she like had sex with him here and there for free rent or something. It was weird, and I don't know why he got caught up in that. He did that kind of sin, as but he would go to church. He believed in God and Jesus. He was really kind. He was humble and meek, and he didn't make that much money. He did not make that much money at all. My uncle Richard. You know, eventually my dad owned his house that he lived in. He had power of attorney to sign documents for him and stuff because he didn't like to sign things, like his hand would shake and stuff. He didn't go to school. He dropped out of high school. He was my dad's brother from the farm on Ireland, and he was my dad's brother from the farm on Ireland. But he didn't make that much money in life. But something happened to his hand. A doctor injected it. a doctor injected it, and it made his hand kind of numb. But then he got $300,000. He got $300,000 for it, and so he moved down to Roanoke to be around my dad and stuff and to settle down. It was kind of like Ireland here, and he bought a little ranch house. And for a while, they spent their money, and I'm so happy they spent their money. I'm so happy they spent their money because he got to go to Europe and stuff, and and got Aunt Lavinia to spend money while she was alive, and then the money ran out, and she died after it ran out or something, or no, I think they still had money. They still had money when she was still alive, but they spent like a lot of it, and she was still alive, and then she died, and then he kept spending it like as he kept living, he kept getting mortgages against his house, and then eventually my dad owned his house, and he could sign documents for him because he did not like looking at mail. Like he'd like shake, his hand would shake and stuff, and he didn't like signing stuff. And eventually he like kind of sinned and fornicated a little more, but not that much. He was pretty kind. He was a pretty kind person. He went to church a lot. He believed in being nice to others, and he was kind of poor by the time he died. And I don't know if he was poor, but he was like, but he lived a pretty good quality of life. He had a whole ranch house to himself in a good neighborhood, and my dad let him live there, and he worked for my dad. He didn't have to work that much. He worked on houses like painting and stuff, and so he had a good quality of life. It wasn't like he was poor. It wasn't like a poor quality of life, but he didn't have any like money saved by the time he died, and I cared about him a lot too. But it didn't affect me. I think I got sad when he died, but he. I'm gonna try to plug this camera in, and he his my aunt Lavinia died when they're in their 50s. When they're in their 50s in the in the year 2000, actually literally the year 2000, because I was working on the set of my short film Imagination. I was working that was Danica's short film that her dad paid for, and I like physically produced and had to carry all the sets and do all this work on and stuff, and we made the movie together. And it was like a short film, and I was on the sound stage at the film school, and all of a sudden I got this feeling like I was on the sound stage. It was late at night. We'd work long hours putting the sets together and stuff and making the film. Like we did that. We'd go to Home Depot like wee hours in the morning. You know, sometimes only get 2 hours of sleep and keep working on the sets and the getting the stuff together for the movie, the short film, and and so I was happy. I was doing a good quality short film. We thought for sure it'd get in Sundance. No way, it didn't. And 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 so I was at the sound stages late at night. We got to hang out there and like have the whole place to ourselves. And we slept on there sometimes in the couches and stuff, just me and her. And we never thought of ever being with anyone else. That was like the first year, 8 years of our relationship. We never would think of being with anyone else. We had a really good trust. And anyway, so I was on the sound stage, and it was like all the lights were on or something, and it was like at night, and and I just knew, or it could have been during the day. I don't remember, but something happened, and I got this understanding that Aunt Lavinia had died, and I just knew it happened. I've never had that about anyone else. Not my grandmother, Noni. I've been way off about that. I was worried about her health and thought these random things that were just wrong. I thought maybe she was hurt or died, and it wasn't true. And about other stuff, it never happened. But something about my Aunt Lavinia, I knew she passed away right then. I just knew, and it was like I think she somehow knew that I was working on a movie in Los Angeles or something there, but it wasn't really a movie. It was like a student film or whatever. It was kind of a big movie, but not really a movie. it was it was short for whatever it was, but like um, I knew that I knew she passed away, and I just knew, and then I found out like 2 days later. I found out that she passed away 2 days later. And I think I got sad, but I wasn't. And and then my uncle Richard had to live the rest of his life till he was 78 years old without his wife, and he started getting sad, and and then it was weird. He kind of turned to some drugs, like no like real expensive heavy drugs that everyone knows of, like heroin or cocaine or anything like that. But he did pills or something. Like he would take pills, like pain pills. I don't know what it was. Maybe those oxycontin or something like that. But he didn't do too many. I don't know what it was exactly, but it was pain pills. It was like something that he took to like feel better. And then sometimes he'd smoke weed. Sometimes I think he would smoke weed. And then he would like work for my dad a while, and then he'd get anxiety or something and then stay at home, and he wouldn't want to go out. He wouldn't want to go out, and he'd stay at his house, and then he'd start doing drugs or something, and he'd hang out with sometimes maybe some of the wrong people that did drugs. I don't know how, but and then he like um he did something where he would get incapacitated, like he'd get depressed. He'd say he was depressed, and he'd take drugs to deal with it, like actual drugs, like pills or smoke weed. And at one time he was an alcoholic, so I guess, but he quit. He I think he quit drinking, but I'm not sure. And and then he'd have to be I'm looking at a picture of this little baby, like baby Ayla when she was a little baby, like I'm telling her a story, so I can't say too much about him taking drugs. But then she, then he got depressed and sad, and when he was on the drugs, he would forget to eat because he got very skinny. He got very skinny. He had pretty low body fat, and he when he was younger, he was a little heavier. Like he looked kind of healthy and stuff, but he was a little heavier. He was like, but he was, and and so when he was older, he tried to get really skinny because he thought it looked good, and he tried to, well, because he was getting older and he wanted to look okay, I guess, or something, and he tried to grow his hair long. He tried to grow his hair long, but it was like somewhat balding, but he had it in a ponytail, and he would try to look like a rock star and really pull off like looking like a rock star. And I had some special connection with him, I guess, because back then I thought rock stars were cool and long hair was cool, and I thought my car was cool. That was like old. That was from the 60s, and he had a kind of older car, and I stood up for one time, so he thought it was like. And he was like interested in stuff like that, and I kept standing up for him to live as long as he could, and somehow he made it to 78 even though he was on drugs and stuff, but he would get incapacitated on drugs and be in a hospital for like a long time because he was depressed, and he just dealt with it by drugs because his wife was dead, or because his wife passed away, and and then he was like in and out of hospitals a while, and then something randomly happened to his heart, and he died of some heart thing, like a heart attack or something like that, to his heart, and he just died. And I felt kind of bad about that he died. Like I wasn't for sure where he went. Like I wasn't for sure that he went to heaven. But looking at his life, I would think for sure he got into heaven because he was kind, and he lived at like a more meek level, and he went to church a lot. He didn't spend a lot of money, he didn't he didn't have a lot more money, and he drove like an older car, and he was kind to everybody. And so I thought he would get into heaven, but it was like a bad feeling when he died. Like, how did he die? It felt bad that his body had died. I thought maybe there's some way he could have kept living, but it felt like kind of bad, like a little, like a bad, hurtful feeling to a body, a little bit like it was like, I don't know why it felt that way when he died. like, and it wasn't in particular really sad. Oh, it was sad. Actually, I remember because after he died, in particular, actually, in reality, he had the most, he made me the most sad of anyone who had ever died, including my grandmother, who I didn't get that sad about because we kind of expected her to die because she was 99 or 100. She was 100. And I get that sad about my other grandma dying, grandma. And I didn't get that sad about Aunt Lavinia dying, but here and there I got sad about all of them, or my Uncle Lou. Those are like the special people who died. And there may have been some other ones. Um, and um, but when he died, it felt kind of bad, and I didn't know where he went. But then I got really sad, like really sad about it, and I really related to him more than anyone else who had died because he had been talking about Burt Reynolds a few days before he died, I think, and he noticed it was a story, and he kind of like got along with Burt Reynolds, and I knew about Burt Reynolds that he had a special wife, Sally Field. Sally Field was his really special wife that when he was doing Cannonball Run and laughing really hysterically with Dom DeLuise and everybody thought he was the coolest person ever, Burt Reynolds, and he was like really popular and making, he was an A-list actor and so happy and having the best times of his life, and you could just tell that he felt that way, and it made people feel happy to watch him. And he had the best times, and he was with Sally Field. And then he did something went wrong where he was kind of a jerk and he couldn't help it, and it messed up what he had with Sally Field, and she never gave him a chance again, and he was like heartbroken, and he never really felt that good again. And he tried to marry other women, but they were never really the same. They were just never quite the same. They were like they weren't it. They like there's one who spent all his money, and that was the only fun thing about it, was like spending all his tons of money on kind of stuff that never got the money back. Like he had $100 million, and when he was dead, he went down to he only had $5 million. But that was his second wife, this blonde woman. I don't know who it was, but she spent all his money, and she wasn't really as special. She didn't have as special of a connection as Sally Field had. But Sally Field would not forgive him. Like Sally Field, like would not be there for him again, no matter how much he wanted to be there for her, with her the rest of his entire life. And he kept, he just felt sad inside for him when he would think about it and stuff, and it felt bad. And he never had quite the success that he had that time when he was doing Cannonball Run and some of those other movies when he was a really big movie star. And eventually he died, and I think he died of a heart problem. And my uncle related to him, but for some reason, even though Danica and I broke up, and it's caused a lot of heartache and um, depression and difficulty and being alone, and it's hurt inside, and like been so difficult to do it. Well, unbelievably difficult to do at times. I didn't know how it'd go on, but then I just start thinking of like, maybe I can die, and that was the escape that made it feel okay. Okay, I can die, it'll be okay. Don't have to anymore. And but through all that, it never hurt my heart. like it never hurt my physical heart. Like I've never had any physical problems with my heart. I don't know why. Like like my heart is actually okay, which I don't give a fuck about. Like that much. I mean, I care about it, but Al got me to start saying, you know, I don't have to push my body being as healthy anymore, and I think it may have aged me a little bit or hurt me in some ways a little bit, but to not push my physical health as much. But I keep pushing it, and I can't imagine it hurting my actual heart, like because I think I have a really good heart. But sometimes when those people are heartbroken, it says that they die of a heart related thing. But in particular, my heart is not the thing that's like that was a problem. But I think everyone has a kind of sensitive, like they're in touch with how their heart feels. It's almost like an electro. It's almost like an electro. It's like these tiny little electrical currents that make the circulation work in the entire body. And it has something to do with the heart, and it has something to do with being heartbroken inside. And to some people, it does not mean that much to them. You know, to some women, when they get a divorce, they get right past it. They get right past it with little mourning. And most women are that way compared to men after a big breakup and stuff. And the fact is that women after a divorce are no more likely to kill themselves, and that's just how they move on more naturally and stuff, and it doesn't hurt them as much. But there are like 8 times more the suicide rate in divorced men, and it's not as easy for them to replace those special people, I guess. And um, some of them die without um, ever being able to move on from being divorced to that special person. And I haven't really moved on in 10 years. I haven't really moved on in 10 years. And they have all tried to get Danica to beat a dead horse till it's fucking dead and worse. And to move on, and like there's no hope of a relationship or something. And it's hurt me so much that she took the children away from me. All the love that I had, when I never felt that way from anyone else, that much love, unless I was a very small child from I think my mom. And you know, I just didn't know that much love and acceptance until I married Danica and the kids, and they meant almost everything to me, and then they were taken all away from me. They're taken away from me. I haven't been able to replace it. I don't know where to get something like that, and I can't. It's felt wrong when I've tried to, and it may have made things worse. But maybe there's some way that I can feel okay with other people somehow, and it'll get okay again. Like when I was friends with Al, and of course wasn't sexual at all, which I thought in my mind it had to be with a woman I was in love with. That was the way to feel okay again. But with Al, he's just a friend, and there's no insecurity or anything about that stuff. And it felt really happy being around him for a while. And really okay. And I didn't need a woman. But here and there, I get sad and miss Danica and the kids. But she was still living in this. I think she was still living in the same town, unless they had moved out. And for a short time, I was able to feel okay. But then a few months of being around Al and stuff, that went that I really started missing my kids, and I had to get to Texas to make sure they're okay. It was not something that 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 I would have thought was the best and most happy, fun, easy, good feeling thing to do. That was okay because Danica was there for me, because that was pretty much all that I had in Texas. Those times I went to Texas of feeling okay was when Danica was there for me. I was like, okay, there's somebody there who can make sure I'm okay. And my kids. And my kids, of course. They can kind of do it, but it's like kind of scary going into a place like that where um, I may, in some ways, be a little bit of a random person to them. So it's like to the other people in the family, but I don't know, and it's a little frightening, and I don't know. Eh, eh, I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I can't just keep staying at this house writing her thousands of emails. I've written her 8,000 emails. It started as making sure the kids are okay. I get a thought about their health or something to help them with it, and you would write to them. I would write to them. I would write to them every day, or and the kids on social media or however I can contact my kids directly. And I can't believe that they would physically take my children away from me and think that that's okay. They haven't let them visit here they haven't let them come back to see me in 4 years. And it says in the divorce documents that they made me sign, that Danica pressured me to sign under pressure from her mother. It says in those documents, I made sure if I had to sign it, it said that I'm able to see them whenever I miss them. Whenever I miss them, any day of the week, any day of the weekend. And it also says if they go to Texas, they're supposed to visit every summer for a month or 2 months every summer and in the winter during Christmas or sometime during the winter. And they haven't been here in 4 years. And for some reason, that's supposed to be okay. That's supposed to be okay that they left me for dead, isolated, with all the love taken away from me. And I don't know if they physically left me for dead, but I was on the ground in the cold with a hurt body from working on my house so relentlessly for 8 months, 12 hours a day on hard labor. The tremendous stress that hurt my body so much I thought I was going to die when her mother convinced her to, when her mother convinced her to buy a brand new kind of cheaply made, just a random, no love put into that house when it was built, nothing special about it, just a random new house in a suburban neighborhood that has the only thing good about it I can see. Well, it's okay, it's an okay house, but her mother took her away from me and knew it would hurt me, and said and got her to buy a new house instead of moving this house that I relentlessly worked on for years to get ready for them, this special house. And I think they didn't want it. They didn't want me to have something special that they didn't have. They didn't want. They saw this house in a video, I think, and it was a video called, I'm almost afraid to say it, and they want their place to be the best. They want Texas to be the best. They want his house out in the woods to be the best. And they don't want to allow me to have my children at my special house because they have a lot of money and power. And that's how I think the situation is. But it may not be true. It may not be true. But they have not been allowed to, they have not let my kids come here to see me at this house that I got ready for them in 4 years. And they've grown older. My son is 14. My older son is 14. I'm not angry about it. One of the rich people there who had a lot of money and influence on him died. He died. He was so frightening to me when he was alive. But I tried to be kind to him, and there was kind of, there's some kind side who was terrifying to me. He was terrifying to me. I'm not going to say who he was or it. I don't know where he is. Maybe by some miracle he made it into heaven. I just didn't see that side of him, that good side that he really showed to others. But I could tell that he believed in God and Jesus, but he was terrifying to me. I had to really look out for Danica because I think he didn't like her with her almost more liberal ideas. I had to make sure she was okay and not hurt. Because he was doing hand mannerisms like he was going to do these horrors to her, have her hospitalized and really bad stuff. And they tried to convince her to get these unnecessary surgeries. And when I was with her, I made sure she would never have to get any surgeries. You know, she talked to me about any health concern. We'd figure out how it would be okay and how she'd be healthier and good and the best that she could possibly be on her YouTube videos, on everything to be the best they were able to be. And when she went to her mother instead, her mother, take a fair weather way out of, feels good for the moment. Yeah, you're right, Danica. Your YouTube page is just earning less. It feels good. Don't worry about it. I was so afraid that that man who died, not gonna say who he is, but he wanted to have her go in for unnecessary surgeries, that they're starting to convince her that there's something wrong with her when there's nothing wrong with her. And I sent her relentless emails and contact her as much as I could to help her realize, to get it through to her that there is nothing wrong with her, and she'd be and that she's okay. And she was okay for years after that. By some miracle, it worked. It worked. And that bastard is dead now, wanted to cut up her body in horrific ways and have her put in a hospital and have unnecessary surgeries on her. He's a jerk. He's a jerk. He was a big, mean jerk. And it was a relief that he died in some ways. But I didn't say it. I didn't say it for a long time. I felt so, it was sad and everything. Somebody died, and maybe by some miracle he made it into heaven. But in all of his actions I've ever seen him done, or the way he walked, the way he talked, the things he believed in, I did not see much of a good side in anything that he did. He didn't show it to me or share that with me. And he died. He was one of the people there in Texas who had a lot of power and money. It was so weird. I can't believe that he would die. I thought he would keep living to be like 100 something, especially as much money as he had and stuff. Those guys, I thought they lived a long time. It was so weird. And I'm sorry to say it in that way, but it was a relief that he could no longer pressure someone who's very close to him and close to Danica. He can no longer, try to some person who's in it for herself, who's close to Danica. Um, he can no longer, try to hurt her or hurt my kids, or change their beliefs into to stuff that he believed in, just because he has all that money, because he had all that money. I can't believe he died. That was like unexpected. I can't believe that I lived. I can't believe that they didn't cause me so much depression that I killed myself by having my kids there for so long. And of course, that big rich guy, the way he died, he lived up his life doing everything he felt like at good times his whole life, his entire life. Did all the kind of jobs that he liked, that he thought were cool. And then he just went into a coma when he was like 80 years old or something. I don't want to say exactly how old he is because I don't want to say who he was. But maybe he was kind. Then he just went into a coma or something like that, and they found all these problems with him, and he just died. He didn't even know it. He was in a coma and didn't have to suffer at all, because he was getting to feel good all the whole time he was alive. All that money, it was like always like, you know, it was almost like he got to experience everything, feeling so good and happy all the time while he was on Earth. And I'd like for that to be possible for people to live that way on earth, or from, for anyone to live that way and to still get into heaven. Is that possible? Is that possible to not have to suffer and be the least in the last in line, or the least of people, and still get into heaven? And maybe there's some way that he wasn't as bad as I thought, but he was so frightening to me and determined in his ways. And I think he played a big part of changing my brain to be like this really bad Republican one time. I think he played a big part of that, but I don't know. I was so afraid of him. Just the thought of him made me nervous, or made me have anxiety. It was like, I don't know. But maybe there's some good side of him that he showed to others there that he didn't show to me. Like the way he got popcorn at a movie theater. The way he got popcorn at a movie theater pretty much sums up how he was every time I saw him. Um, he'd get a big bucket of popcorn when he got popcorn, like the hugest one at a movie theater. And when the black person, when the black woman handed it to him, he would shake it. He would shake it as much. He would shake it a bunch, and so the popcorn at the top lowered a bit, and he'd give it back to her, and act like she's stupid, and say to add more, and then he'd get it back in his hands, and he'd shake it a bunch again, and he'd let it go down. He'd let the popcorn go down. That was how he treated another human being. And he let the popcorn go down, and he'd shake his head no at her like she was stupid, and like when she didn't know what was going on. He was acting like that's the way it was, and she was stupid, and she didn't know anything. And then he'd hand it to her and make her add more popcorn to it, and then he might do it one more time, literally shaking his head no at her, like literally looking down on her the whole time, and like she's black, she, how could she, black, and like he acted like me, like it was a problem that I had, that I looked Italian. He acted that that was a kind of a problem, but maybe if I cut my hair short and did some stuff, it might look okay enough and it would be better. And just that was his way. That was his way that I saw him do so much. And he did the kind of jobs that, like, I couldn't imagine. I couldn't imagine having to work at something like that. But to him, it was the best, coolest thing that he liked. And one time he took me in his car one time, and he was kind of cool in some ways, but he was like a real Texas person, and like into the big money stuff there and stuff. And one time he took me. He always had these new cars that were expensive, and he took me in his Mercedes one time. That was like a really new Mercedes sports car, and it was pretty expensive, like 70,000 or something. And he drove really fast. He drove, he drove really fast, and he had adrenaline in his face, and it was like it was, he had his face looked like not as good, because it was like he knew he was doing something wrong, and he got adrenaline from it, but he was and but he looked very attract. He looked kind of attractive. Like into his old age was not an issue. His appearance was not an issue the whole time he was alive. I think, from what I could tell. I don't know, but and I stood up for him looking better, but not trying to be gay or weird about it or anything. But I was like, and I try to be nice to him in my own stupid way, but that's not what's important. But I was made fun of for my appearance, so that was something that I had to become conscious of and work at. When other people, I don't know, I think they were also conscious of it and worked at it from a younger age, and that's how they kind of kept uh, their like I think it's almost like a learned thing, looking good. As weird as that sounds. Like the facial expressions people make and stuff, and the way they carry their head and face and their confidence has something to do with good looks. But it's, of course, it's genetic too. But I hate to say that, but I think a lot of it's learned, and that's how uh, I believed in things before Danica really tried to push her ways on me, like with her and her family, saying things are genetic. That's how it is. Your nose will always look the same or something, and may get a little older as you get. May look worse as a little worse as you get older or something. But but that guy drove kind of fast. I can't believe he was able to do that there in a city like that and feel that comfortable that he could do stuff like that and like feel that comfortable with the law around there. He could do almost like whatever he felt like. And I can't drive fast. I'll maybe never drive fast again. Never. Probably the rest of my life because it's so fucking frightening to have to follow the law. And so I don't really want to drive a car anymore. If I go to Los Angeles, I might get Ubers because I can't imagine having to be in traffic for hours. It sucks. It sucks. I'd rather have somebody else drive. I'd rather have somebody else drive. I don't know. Maybe that'll come back one day, but I don't want to try to fight for it because I'm tired of it. I'm tired of driving. It's a little bit frightening, but maybe it can be okay sometimes. I just don't like to do it. But if there was some way to drive Danica and the kids around, wow, I could be really good at that. I was like really confident in everything with but I don't know. But to me, when he drove fast, that was not anything bad. That was not that bad. I think he wasn't putting anyone's life at risk. He wasn't driving so fast he was putting anyone's life at risk. He's just going kind of fast. And he thought it was cool driving a sports car fast. And it was like, it gave him adrenaline. And I looked at his face when he was driving it. Like, I could see that he got adrenaline from going that fast. And, but, that's not something that I would try to hurt him with or think is that bad. I mean, I don't think it was that bad to anyone as long as he's not putting anyone's life at risk. But eh, shit. All right. I feel terrible right now. Like the thought of such an insecurity about a hand that I'm talking with my hands going towards somebody's ass, and then like it turned into a random thought of going towards an ass of a dog. Or maybe the dog who's outside. and and then like trying to have me accept that like it's playing with the dog, almost playing with the dog shit, and accept that I'm like some failure of a nerd um who would actually accept that as my way of feeling okay. I don't know. And like there's some of that from living back here, but I think it's just because I found God and Jesus and I kind of gave up pushing those earthly things as much. I I don't know. I'm trying to think of what else, but that guy, the way he looked at black people was like, He'd shake his head no at him, and he didn't like any of them. He didn't like any of them, I'm pretty sure. There were none of them he really liked. And he did not like liberals. He called them bleeding heart liberals. He hated liberals. He wanted to see them hurt. He wanted to try to fuck up their brains and brainwash them and retrain them and make them into a Republican. Um, he wanted to overpower them, fuck them up, um, put them in a hospital to some people if they're liberal and stuff. I think I think he was pretty bad, and that was just his way, I guess. He was like really into that big Texas industry stuff that's there. They don't have a movie industry. They don't have a music industry unless it's a little bit in Austin. But let's face it, they got Danica and my kids to be against the word weird. They got Danica and my kids to be against the word weird. In Austin's slogan, the most liberal place in Houston, in Texas, most liberal place in Texas, their slogan is keep Austin weird. And for some reason, my kids and Danica are encouraged to look down on the word weird. And that's the only movie industry or music industry they have in Texas. And it's like, that's the place where I'm supposed to go to be around my own children. I don't know. And if people don't get that, then it's like you don't understand that there are some fragile souls. There are some fragile human beings, and I might be a fragile human being. Okay, it's not as I don't know. Maybe I can get out there and go in a plane like I'm like, it's not as bad as going to war or something. I've already been there 7 times. Why? And I'm tired of having to do things the grandparents' way. I want to get Danica and my kids, go to Los Angeles and work in movies, live our lives, before it kills us having to do it everyone else's way. Fucking shit ass, stupid ass, weird ass way. It feels like my hand going into somebody's ass of awkward shit. My anxiety, and I don't know what it is. Probably because I quit my medicine. And I have her dad, who's a doctor, trying to mandate that his daughter, the person his daughter's married to, take medicine because a doctor knows best. And doctors are better than others because he has a bunch of millions of dollars. I'm so fucking tired of it. Tired of that shit. Fucking tired of it. I want to go to LA, actually get my work noticed at a big level. I'd like to make hundreds of millions, way more than them. But guess what? I'm probably not that evil. I'm probably not that much of a worker of unrighteousness and sinner to be making that much right now. And that's probably why I'm not making all that types of money. Because I'm not as mean and sinful and evil. And guess what? If you tell those people like that have all the money and power, I'm not saying it's the grandparents on either side, but if they think that you're actually kind and don't sin as much, they will try to corrupt your soul. They'll try to corrupt your soul because they're so mean. Some people in Danica's family, I think, tried to do that to me. How terrifying they were. Until they try to make me like them. And I was like, oh, they're not that frightening. I just see how they are. When I had first met one of them, I had never seen anyone sin and be that intentionally mean in their thoughts in such a terrifying way that there are many people that thought he was an Illuminati back when people thought, you know, there was more Illuminati more. Right? They maybe still do now. I don't know. But he's not an Illuminati. I know. I found out he's a man. He's a human. But was very mean. In all those years in Roanoke, I never seen anyone like that. I never watched anyone be that mean. He was pretty terrifying to me. It was like a new kind of sin that was really bad. I had never seen anything like that in Roanoke. I can't say who he is because, you know, I don't want him to get me in trouble. That's the only reason why. And well, there's another reason because maybe there's some good in what he does. You know, maybe there's some good in what he does. It is very hard to see the good in what he does. But we all, you know, I can understand that we all do God's work. Even the sinners who are on their way to hell, even the sinners who do bad everywhere they go on their way to hell, they have an effect on people out there in kindness that make it more difficult for those who had it easy as a test to see if they'll still keep being more godly. Because when they're mean to those really kind, godly people, like whoever they are, who had it so good for a while, and they were so kind and godly and Jesus-like, and then those sinners came along, and those really bad sinners. We're all sinners, but there's some people kind of in Texas who I watched there who are the kind that they warn you about in the Bible, who can corrupt the souls of others, not just hurt the body, but corrupt the souls of others. And those are the kinds of people that the Bible warns you about. They're on their way to hell. They're on their way to hell. And I think one of them for sure. I don't know how he'd get into heaven, but he's there, and I'm supposed to. I don't know how I talk to him again, just to be able to see my kids. I don't know how I talk to him again to be able to see my kids. But for some reason, maybe I'm supposed to give him the benefit of the doubt, not say too much, and I can try to be nice, but he's going to be a jerk to me. I know he's going to be a little bit of a jerk to me at least. And you know, he wants to prove certain things. His house is there, his places there are better than mine. He wants to prove he has the best places. He wants to prove he's better than me. He wants to prove he has way more money and power, like he's a rich man, a quote unquote rich man. He wants to be the best. But maybe there's some ways that he's kind to me or not that mean to me that are okay. Maybe he never like hurt me. Well, I don't know, because I don't know. I think there are things that he caused in my life that I can't say, but I'm supposed to say, oh, it wasn't his fault. But it's like that's what it feels like right now is what like the idea of going having to go to Texas is without her. saying, "Okay, you can stay at my house. Everything's okay again. We're getting out of here. Help me move out of here. We're gonna move. Okay, finally." Oh, that is enough motivation for me to go to Texas. That's enough motivation for me to go to Texas. Without that, I don't know how I'd get there. But one of those, I don't know. But I'm supposed to. It's godly to try to stand up for those people and hope that they're okay and stuff like that. I guess you're not supposed to get to feel really happy and good all the time and do things your way all the time. Because that's the way the devil does it. He serves himself. He's selfish. So you're not supposed to get to do things your way all the time. I don't know. But he caused me that there's a man there who I think caused me, and a woman there. There's a man there and a woman there who are older than Danica. I'm not going to say who they are, but I think they caused me years of depression. That's a wonder I didn't die from by taking all the love away from me. And maybe by some miracle, this is a horrible thing to say. How can I say this in a video? It'd be so bad. Maybe by some miracle, I don't know. Maybe by some miracle, Danica will want to leave there. Maybe something will happen where Danica wants to leave there and be with me. And I can have my kids back and her back, but she had better. I don't know if that's ever going to happen with her. So I don't know what I'm supposed to do, but maybe God has a different plan for me or something. But the baby is makes me so sad. I just looked right now at a drawing that she drew, her first drawing at age I think 2, um, and the thing is how she drew that is that I taught Rowan art from a very young age. Then I taught Ivan, and when I wasn't able to be as close to Ivan because of the divorce, Rowan became like me, who was a good teacher, and he taught Ivan how to do art. And Ivan got really good at art. And then when I wasn't there to be there for the baby, Ivan taught the baby how to do a smiley face when she was 2. And they can do so much more with me. I mean, a tremendous amount. I mean, we could maybe literally be movie stars in Los Angeles, um, as a showbiz family, as a showbiz family who knows how to do all that stuff. And instead, her parents have her there where she's working on YouTube, which has made less since she's been there. And I'm here in Virginia, like, I think there's potential that people can do to go really huge on stuff in ways that they don't know and make like way more money than they thought. Like in real estate, you can make tons of money in real estate, but you have to work with a big crew. Like, and then you can get the houses done faster. But there can't be like people in your life discouraging that, I think. and you can't force it to work if they don't want you to do it, because those are special people and you can't get rid of them. So like there are some ways that it can work, but it has to be like God has to allow it to be okay. Because I know I could do a house. Well, I don't want to anymore ever again. But like, if I was able to be confident about it and I had my kids or something, like if I had to, like the way to make money at real estate is you hire 10 people, and you do one house on your own at first, and once you start doing getting more than one house and you can do other houses, you get a crew so you can have them working for you full time, and it gets the stuff done faster. And then if you can get more than 5 people, four people working for you, has how most people do it, have in the millions of dollars. About 4 people I think they have working for them usually on real estate, and they own various properties and stuff, and they do various work to the different houses. But I think if you have like 10 people working for you, you could have them doing all the different jobs around the house, and and but I think it's maybe too hard to do. That's why they only have like 4 or 5 people, or 3 or 4 or 5 people working on the houses at a time, I think. Because like somebody has to supervise them and tell them what to do. But when I had to do it, and really had to do it to pay my bills and do it on my own, I had to do it pretty much all myself or with like one other person at a time. So it went kind of slow. I didn't make as much money as I thought. And it's cold. It's cold and I don't want to get sick. So I'm gonna close this window. And I think I'm gonna go, and I might have to warm this whole place up. Because the door's open and I don't want to get sick, and I might have to eat food. So I have to go. Um okay. I don't mean to be jerks about these people there. You know, I'd like to get along with them all or whatever and not have anxiety, but I don't know what's gonna happen with that. Um I don't know. Maybe God will have it all work out one day and it won't just be in heaven. Maybe by some way that God wants, it'll be okay, and I won't have to suffer. We won't have to suffer too much on earth, and we'll get to feel okay on earth. We'll get to feel okay on earth. Okay, dear God and Jesus, I hope everyone's okay and gets to feel okay on earth. Okay, bye. Click like in the video if you want, subscribe, bye.